Chapter 14. Incarnation of the Soul. In this chapter, Hermes reveals how souls incarnate into physical bodies. All souls share the same essential nature. They are neither male nor female. As such, differentiating characteristics exist only in the body. All souls are part of the one soul of the cosmos. God has two servants which look after the souls. The keeper of souls cares for disembodied souls, and the conductor of souls sends them down into physical incarnation. Nature creates the individual body into which a soul incarnates. The power that Hermes calls memory ensures that this body conforms to the universal form of the human species. The power Hermes calls skill makes sure that each individual body is a fitting home for the particular soul it houses. Our individual characteristics are governed by the qualities of the gods preside. Chapter 13. The Universal and the Particular. In this chapter, Hermes clarifies how the zodiac makes each individual member of the human species unique. Everything has a form. A table, for example, is a horizontal surface supported by legs. This is the universal form, which all tables share. Every individual table shares the universal form of all tables, but it also has a unique, particular form by which we know it to be this table and not that one. One table is large and made of oak. Another table is small and made of plastic. Both are unique, and yet both are still tables. And made of plastic. Both are unique, and yet both are still tables. And made of plastic. Both are unique, and yet both are still tables. And made of plastic. Both are unique, and yet both are still tables. It changed form, and we would now call it something else. Firewood, perhaps. Everything is a particular version of a universal form. Every animal, for example, is both unique and a member of a particular species. All human beings share the quality of being human, both unique and a member of a particular species. All human beings share the quality of being human, but each individual has unique characteristics by which we may tell them apart from other members. Welcome everybody. But each individual has unique characteristics by which we may tell them apart from other members. Welcome everybody. But each individual has unique characteristics by which we may tell them apart from other members. Welcome everybody. But each individual has unique characteristics by which we may tell them apart from other members. Welcome everybody. Tuesdays, Emerald Tablet Tuesdays, Blue. I see you. Thank you guys for being here and there and here and there and here and there and here and there. Grand evening to you.
Grand evening to you as well.
Thank you, Blue.
I'm prepared.
Thank you, Blue. Thank you for joining. Oh yeah, I see. That's nice. Let me see this. Whoa. Look. That's nice. Let me see this. Whoa. Look.
Oh God, I got two neighbors. My mother is talking with the neighbor. They tend to get loud sometimes. Hopefully, my mother is talking with the neighbor. They tend to get loud some nights. Hopefully I won't have to. Anyway, it'll be all right. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm checking out this connection. Can you hear me? Oh, looks like you. How'd you make that wallpaper?
I went to Messenger and I talked to my AI and I was like, imagine me reading the Emerald Tablets.
Nice. That's amazing. I love it. That is that ancient stuff. Let's see what the AI will pull up if we chose to do an AI picture. Let's see what the AI would pull up. Do you have any suggestions that we could say for the Emerald Tablets?
Surely the AI would know what thoughts is by now.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what it. I'll say Emerald Tablets, Halls of Amenti. Ah, see what it generates. Oh, it's generating. It's the generators. Ooh, now that is kind of sweet. That's definitely kind of sweet.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
That is kind of sweet. But that's perfect. That's like formless head.
We need like a woman meeting.
I can't really I don't know who else to share it up to. Neil L, Spiritual Connection, AZ, Jennifer, I see, Tan, Sharon, I see. So we're gonna be doing this for about maybe 2 or 3 hours, going through the Emerald Tablets and talking about them, talking about the Emerald Tablets, going through them together.
More was light, Doriel. Preface to the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean. The history of the tablets translated in the following pages is strange and beyond the belief of modern scientists. Their antiquity is stupendous, dating back some 36,000 years BC. The writer is Thoth, an Atlantean priest king.
Grand Rising, grand evening, Noel. Grand evening. If you want to come up, you guys, you guys can come sit up in boxes if you like. While we talk about this. Hey, Philip, talk about these Emerald Tablets. And if you guys want to come up, just put your request in the box. We're going to be talking about these Emerald Tablets. Okay. No biggie, no biggie. No biggie. So, how's your day been, Blue, by the way, as we tap the screen and get more people in here?
It has been quite the day. Went in for teeth cleaning for my boy and ended up having to pull a tooth.
Oh, wow. No worries.
But his adult who's coming in
I'm
right
sorry,
behind
that
me.
was an accident. I was trying to tap the screen.
You're funny. You're so funny. Well, I'll let you out, okay?
All right, no problem.
Good to see you, though. And hear you. All right, bye.
Bye.
See you in a minute. Bye. Yeah, so you had to have it extracted, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, was it that bad? Was it giving him problems?
It was a baby too, so, and it was infected.
Oh, really? Did he know it was infected?
He's got autism, so like he didn't even let me know about it until like we were going to the dentist today, and he's like, "Well, I've still got that abscess," and I'm like, "Really?"
Oh, no. I'm glad they took it out because anything else is just money games. You know, root canals and stuff. I don't do those root canals or anything. Good. Is he? So he's doing better. I take it. Right.
He's got his VR game headset. He's off in a whole nother world.
Oh, yeah, he got the Quest, Oculus.
Yeah, the Quest.
Yeah. What game is he playing?
What game are you playing? What?
Roblox.
You don't know? He doesn't remember the game. Suck it up, or suck up stuff, and then he says, I don't know, it's pretty cool, the VR is.
Yeah, it's actually kind of fun.
Yeah, it's pretty darn cool. Yes, me.
Yeah, I got one too. I don't really play it that often, but it's fun when I do. When the kids do bring it up.
Well, my oldest one got something coming in for Christmas, so I got his old VR headset now that I get to play with my boy.
Oh, nice.
So now I can disappear into the world with him and be like, "Alright, let's go."
Welcome, everybody. We're going to be playing the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. This is Emerald Tablet Tuesday, which is starting every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We're just going to play the Emerald Tablets, and if you guys want to come up, you can sit in the box with your mic muted. And if you have a question, you can always flash your mics. Other than that, if you guys just tap the screen, you know how we get the algorithm going. Just tap the screen for a while before we start. I'm playing from the beginning of the tablets, and we're just gonna tap the screen and listen real quick before we start. This is the prelude to the Emerald Tablets.
Who founded a colony in ancient Egypt after the sinking of the mother country. He was the builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza, erroneously attributed to Cheops. See The Great Pyramid by Doriel.
I think it's funny that everyone thinks that the pyramids were built with like labor of thousands of men over years and years. And here it's actually all the pyramids in Egypt were built by one man. One man. Like the history don't want you to know that, right?
He incorporated his knowledge of the ancient wisdom and also securely secreted records and instruments of ancient Atlantis. For some 16,000 years, he ruled the ancient race of Egypt from approximately 50,000 BC to 36,000 BC. At that time, the ancient barbarous race among which he and his followers had settled had been raised to a high degree of civilization. Thoth was an immortal, that is, he had conquered death, passing only when he willed, and even then, not through death. His vast wisdom made him ruler over the various Atlantean colonies, including the ones in South and Central America. When the time came for him to leave Egypt, He erected the Great Pyramid over the entrance to the great halls of Amenti, placed in it his records, and appointed guards for his secrets among the highest of his people. In later times, the descendants of these guards became the pyramid priests, by which Thoth was deified as the god of wisdom, the recorder, by those in the age of darkness which followed his passing. In legend, the halls of Amenti became the underworld, the halls of the gods, where the soul passed after death for judgment. During later ages, the ego of Thoth passed into the bodies of men in the manner described in the tablets. As such, he incarnated 3 times, in his last being known as Hermes, the thrice born. In this incarnation, he left the writings known to modern occultists as the Emerald Tablets, a later and far lesser exposition of the ancient mysteries. The tablets translated in this work are 10, which were left in the Great Pyramid in the custody of the pyramid priests. The 10 are divided into 13 parts for the sake of convenience. The last 2 are so great and far-reaching in their import that at present it is forbidden to release them to the world at large. However, in those contained herein are secrets which will prove of inestimable value to the serious student. They should be read, not once, but 100 times, for only thus can the true meaning be revealed. A casual reading will give glimpses of beauty, but more intensive study will open avenues of wisdom to the seeker. But now, a word as to how these mighty secrets came to be revealed to modern man after being hidden so long. Some 1300 years BC, Egypt, the ancient Kem, was in turmoil, and many delegations of priests were sent to other parts of the world. Among these were some of the pyramid priests, who carried with them the emerald tablets as a talisman, by which they could exercise authority over the less advanced priestcraft.
Hi, Libra Goddess. Welcome in. Welcome out.
Races descended from other Atlantean colonies. The tablets were understood from legend to give the bearer authority from Thoth. The particular group of priests bearing the tablets emigrated to South America, where they found a flourishing race, the Mayas, who remembered much of the ancient wisdom. Among these, the priests settled and remained. In the 10th century, the Mayas had thoroughly settled the Yucatan, and the tablets were placed beneath the altar of one of the great temples of the sun god. After the conquest of the Mayas by the Spaniards, the cities were abandoned and the treasures of the temples forgotten. It should be understood that the Great Pyramid of Egypt has been, and still is, a temple of initiation into the mysteries. Jesus, Solomon, Apollonius, and others were initiated there. The writer, who has a connection with the Great White Lodge, which also works through the pyramid priesthood, was instructed to recover and return to the Great Pyramid, the ancient tablets. This, after adventures which need not be detailed here, was accomplished. Before returning them, he was given permission to translate and retain a copy of the wisdom engraved on the tablets. This was done in 1925, and only now has permission been given for part to be published. It is expected that many will scoff, yet the true student will read between the lines and gain wisdom. If the light is in you, the light which is engraved in these tablets will respond. Now, a word as to the material.
How does that feel, y'all? How does that feel? If there is light within you, then the light herein within these tablets, your light will respond. Ain't that something? All right, y'all. Thank you guys for being up here. Like I said, if you guys want to come up here and chill, it's no problem. And sit in the comments. Other than that, I'm just going to shrink the boxes a little bit until some people join up. Oh, I see a request. Hi, welcome in, Libra Goddess. And you guys don't forget to heart me.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I love that fact. I love that what it said. Like, I mean, it it just speaks to the fact that you know, things will resonate with those, those people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the Bible says, those who have ears let them hear, those who have eyes let them see. Like, if it's for you, it's for you.
Hold on, let me get my mic.
Hold on 1 second. All right. All right. Yeah. That's right. Right. It would respond in you.
Yeah, everyone.
Welcome in. Welcome in, one. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for joining us as we explore the Emerald Tablets, and we'll go around. We're gonna do this for about 2 or 3 hours. And just so you guys don't forget to tap the screen. Don't forget to heart me. Don't forget to keep the algorithm going so we can spread this knowledge. Do
Yeah,
our
I might not be on throughout the whole thing. I might like hop in and hop back out, but
okay.
I will be sure to be present as much as I can.
Yeah. And by the way, it's good to see you, one. Good to see you. It's been a while. It's really
Yeah,
good to hear you.
I have been super busy, like I had said yesterday. But I am slowly trying to reintegrate with the materialistic aspect of thing and being present. But yeah, I'm doing the best I can right now, I guess.
Yes. Well, we're all with you. You know, 'cause we're all one.
Indeed.
We're all superheroes. So yeah, it's good to see you. Good to be in your energy. Thank you. You can come and go as you please. And that goes for anyone here. Just very comfortable. If you have to leave, I'm not worried about the algorithm. You don't have to worry about dropping you down. The only thing I ask is come and go as you please, and just mute up, while someone else is speaking, and flash your mics if you guys have something to say. So thank you guys. If you guys, everybody get involved and tap the screen and send a gift or two, heart me preferably. It also helps the algorithm. Also helps helps share this knowledge with everyone. Helps stay on the For You page. Not for credibility, but for the spreading of knowledge. Like so as we come together, it's time for us to spread our wings. And as we spread our wings, let's continue to grow. There is a donation. It's a High November sticker, so it's only 1 coin. So if we could reach the goal of 1,000, that'd be cool. If not, that's all cool too. But we're gonna let this energy go. We're gonna start in about a few minutes, and we can go around the boxes right now, and everyone just give a little short intro and introduce yourself, and how you made it here, and what interests you in the Emerald Tablets. And we could start with Blue and go to Hopi, then One, and then we go down to Libra, and then we'll be done. So, Blue.
Blue. Just the bare necessities. I love the Emerald Tablets. They give a different perspective of something pretty logical. Yeah, pretty much. I've listened to them quite a few times. I'm very appreciative of those who have shared it here on TikTok because it's really cool to be able to have a community. It's even more awesome that we're able to communicate about it now that we've heard it a few times.
Mm-hmm.
I love the open communication, so yeah.
Yeah, very good points. Very good points, and then thank you again for the light that responded in you. Thank you again and again. Then Hope You Love. You want to say a few words?
Give me 1 second. I gotta go in the other room.
Okay. We can go to one real quick. We'll go down to one. If you'd like to say, introduce yourself and just say what interests you in the tablets.
Hey everybody, I'm one. I've been one of the people that come and goes in James' life, and for quite a while now. I love the Emerald tablet because that's one of the things that I was learning during the time I was really diving deep into spiritual growth. So it taught me a lot about myself and about things that I had a deeper meaning of things that I only knew about this on the surface. So that it made a profound change in my life. And lately, what I've noticed is there's a lot of connection from the tablet connected to the Bible, and it makes me wonder sometimes if the fact that the tablet is much older than the Bible, if they actually took some of the stuff from the Emerald tablet to add it on there. But either way, every day, every time I get to hear it, participate in group to listen, or when I listen to it myself, there's always something new to learn. So I enjoy being part of that.
Yeah, we enjoy you bringing and sharing your energy. Anytime, come and find us. And it's good to be around like-minded seekers of wisdom. And I'm glad that we can all share together. Thank you, one, for being here and all that you do. Thank you. And then, so I see Jennifer just joined in. Hi, Jennifer. We're just going around and speaking about what brings you here and what do you like about the Emerald Tablet. How are you?
I am well. What I like about the Emerald Tablets is the knowledge that I receive. That's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with her on it. I just love that you learn something new almost every time you listen to them.
Right.
And I think that's really awesome that, every time you read it, even though you've read the same thing over and over, something new comes out. So I really like that a lot. And I just like coming in our little collective and hearing us all together. It makes it that much more enjoyable when we're all together listening to it.
Right. That's right. It's like we're learning something new together, and even though we've heard it before, we're still learning something new together, because you always learn something.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Correct.
Very, very powerful. Hi, Walshy. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Hi guys, how are you guys doing?
Thank you guys for showing up.
I love you guys. I just adore you guys.
Thank you guys. We're doing Emerald Tablet Tuesday.
We adore you too, Washi.
Emerald Tablet Tuesdays, and we're gonna be doing this every Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna be going around the room right now and just saying a few words about why you've joined here and what interests you about the Emerald Tablets. So welcome in, Walshy. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. Thank you.
Nice.
Was that you were calling on me to answer your question?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I just feel drawn to it. My experience has been what Top has been explaining.
Mm-hmm.
Is how I feel.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I hear you. 100. Thank you guys in the comments too. Eco Warrior, thank you for the gift, Sandra. great, beautiful evening to you too, Sandra and Eco Warrior, and everyone here. That we got 13 people here. Sometimes we can forget to, we forget people in the comments. So just want you guys to know, if I don't get to your comment in the comments, I'll try to respond as fast as I can. But I see you in the comments too. So we're gonna start the Emerald Tablet soon. I say the timing I can feel. I won't speak it though. So we're gonna go next to. Thank you for that, Teresa Walshy. Make sure you guys heart me. Stay on the team. We're doing this once a week, every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be going through the Emerald Tablets and talking about them from my perspective and from your perspective. And because I've really been listening to them and I've had some experiences, I have my own idea. So I've been able to help generate a well explanation, because to be honest with you, when I first listened to him, I didn't know what was going on. And then I listened to him again, still didn't know what was going on really. Then about the third or fourth time, I started getting it. And by the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth time, the whole form of it, and it's still forming in my head. It's still giving me new ideas and new images of this world that existed before us, this ancient world of Atlantis. And I love the way Thoth talks about Atlantis, because he really loves Atlantis. It really was something magical about that civilization. And he dreams about it often, how beautiful it was. So real quick, I'm going to welcome Marie MC. Welcome, Marie. What brings you here? And if you want to say hello to our tribe.
Hi, everyone. I actually was listening to the Emerald Tablets, I think I found them about a year and a half ago. And it's always something different. No matter how many times you listen to it, it's always something different, or your mind just gets it in a different light. It just, I don't know, but it always resonates every single time. And just the way he goes into detail about certain things, it's I really resonate with so much of it.
Nice. That's right. You guys are at the right place at the right time. I appreciate y'all for being here. This is awesome. Because every word that you're saying is feels like you are connected to the light of these tablets. And thank you for that. Thank you for your inspiration. Thank you, Marie MC. So welcome in, Libra Goddess. What brings you here, and what do you like about the Emerald Tablets? I believe you're new here, whereas mostly everyone here pretty much know each other. We often meet usually here, so I'm very familiar with the people here. But I welcome you to our circle.
Thank you. What brings me to this room is I kind of like being around like-minded people and people who love to seek, truth and knowledge. And I've come across the Emerald Tablets probably about, how many years is it now? About 8 years ago. Around the same time when I came across the Sumerian cuneiform tablets. And it's funny that you said that the more you read it, the more you find out, and the more your mind opens up and things reveal themselves to you, because that's exactly what's happened to me as well. So it's really refreshing to hear another person say the same thing that I've experienced myself.
Yeah, that's the light. That's the light recognizing light.
Agreed.
Yeah, and so I'm glad we're all here. What's up, Wally?
No, I was gonna say it's funny because it just confirmed what Tough also said. A serious student is going to most likely see more than just illusion at this point. The more you listen, the more your mind expand. And I think one thing I noticed after I will listen to Tough and then I will read other materials or go on live, and meditate and go observe nature and stuff. And then I think that plays a part in kind of like having my daily bread of absorbing things from outside. And then when I go back to listen to it again, something new will have a deeper meaning based on observation and what I've had experience in like doing other things that's not related to the tablet, if that makes sense.
Right. Amazing. Wow. So good. Good. Everyone here is on board with the frequencies. You know, these emerald tablets. I wanted to do this once a week as a place where we can all get together and talk about the emerald tablets in depth, so that we can all get a better understanding together and grow together. Needless to say, that we're about to begin. Make sure if you guys haven't heart me, make sure you guys heart me. Make sure you guys send a gift around the room if you haven't sent gifts. If you have no gifts, tap the screen. But just support the room, support the live, support the energy with your vibe, support the light that we reside, that we keep in our hearts, and that keeps us alive. And one of the things that Thoth says in these books is that life and death is a lie, and that the only life is the true life, the eternal light of the soul. And so just you guys keep that in mind. That this aspect of immortality, to me, it feels like this whole life is almost like a video game, and the goal is to reach a state of enlightenment. And that enlightenment, it's like a ghost in our culture. It's been whispered. There's been stories of people who've attained it. And for me, as a seeker, it's been one of the great mysteries that's always kept a fire under my curiosity, knowing that, that we can leave our bodies and we can do all these amazing things. But these emerald tablets, for me, have been almost life-changing. Seriously, like I've been practicing out-of-body experiences since I was 20, and have done a fair amount of work in that aspect. And then you guys know I made contact with these orbs, and then so we started putting on a show, and then so about maybe almost a year ago, maybe 8 months ago, these emerald tablets came to me, and when I started reading them, there were it was just unbelievable. This whole time I've been leaving my body consciously, and here all of a sudden is a being in the emerald tablets, this old ancient tablets, that's doing the same thing, leaving his body. And I just couldn't believe it. I think I had to be ready. I had to be ready for these emerald tablets. That's why they've been hidden from me for so long. Because like now, when I step into my power, and what I mean by power is just gaining my awareness that I'm in control of everything, and that everything is consciousness. Now that I have these tablets, I have been having experiences that affect my out-of-body experiences because of them, because I would chant some of the words. So I often suggest you guys get a pen and paper, and perhaps even write down some of these words, because I have practiced some of these words, and one word I practiced, I actually woke up conscious out of the body, and I said the word one last time. There's a technique. These emerald tablets really focus a lot on leaving the body. I believe is that what Thoth is really trying to get us to do, and he's trying to teach us about how weak the light is overcomes the darkness. It gives us a better understanding of darkness and light when it comes down to the halls of Amenti and experiencing the light of the soul, the light of the eternal fire of life, and even the darkness became the light. You know, so in this space, he's a very much an inspirational teacher, Thoth. He wants us to stay in the light, even though he knows we're striving in this world, to keep your eyes towards the goal. And although you may not be perfect, to strive for perfection. So, 7:33, and we're gonna get going here. Is there anything else anybody would like to share before we start this Emerald Tablet Tuesday, November 5th? I see you, champion. Change must happen, and I take my place. All right, y'all. So we're gonna get into this. Listen in, enjoy the flash your mics if you guys want me to stop. This is your live too. It's not just my live. So if you guys want me to stop and talk about anything that's said, just flash your mics. And here we go.
Aspect of the tablets. They consist of 12 tablets of emerald green, formed from a substance created through alchemical transmutation. They are imperishable, resistant to all elements and substances. In effect, the atomic and cellular structure is fixed. No change ever takes.
Oh, and just by the way, there will be a commercial every now and then, upon which it'll just be like 2 or 3 seconds.
Can I say something real quick?
Good.
So I was wondering, since you said this is something that we're going to be listening to every week, I'm wondering, in the process of listening to certain things that Tuff said, is it okay if like some of us share our thought, kind of like share ideas of what we think he might be
Yes.
referring to or stating? Maybe that will help me, help you, help us to kind of get a deeper understanding.
Yes, and that's why I want you guys to flash your mics. If you guys know what I'm talking about, flash your mics right now. You know what that means to flash your mics? There you go. Tap your mic on and off. Yeah, there you go. That means I'm going to stop no matter who does that. I'm going to stop, and then you can ask questions and we can all talk about it. Okay? That sounds cool. Okay, without further what did they say? Ado. Let's see. We were starting with the preface. On the preface is pretty much over. Let's see what happens.
In place. In this respect, they violate the material law of ionization. Upon them are engraved characters in the ancient Atlantean language, characters which respond to attuned thought waves, releasing their associated mental vibration in the mind of the reader.
Yes, Andrew.
The tablets are fastened together with hoops of golden-colored alloy suspended from a rod of the same material. So much for the material appearance. The wisdom contained therein is the foundation of the ancient mysteries, and for the one who reads them with open eyes and mind, his wisdom shall be increased 100-fold. Read, believe or not, but read, and the vibration found therein will awaken a response in your soul. In cosmic harmony, Doriel, supreme voice of the Brotherhood.
All right, guys. So we're gonna start. This is Emerald. Hold on. This is Emerald Tablet 1.
For more wisdom until I.
And let's get over the preface. And we're going to start.
Vibration found therein will awaken a response in your soul. In cosmic harmony, Doriel, supreme voice of the Brotherhood. Emerald Tablet 1, the history of thought, the Atlantean.
All right, so we're gonna start now, guys. Just to say again, we're on Emerald Tablet 1, the history of Thoth, the Atlantean. So just before we start, does anyone else want to come up and sit on the panel? Thank you guys for tapping the screen. I see you guys sharing the live. I see you, Smart Apps. I see you, Pharaoh B. Welcome in. If you guys want to come up and sit in the panel and be part of our questions and this live, where all you have to do is tap the screen, tap your microphone on the screen, and we shall listen, and we shall be talking about these tablets together. I just want to welcome in Pharaoh B, and welcome in one of the few. Welcome in, y'all. So thank you guys for coming in, and let's start.
Thoth the Atlantean, master of mysteries, keeper of records, mighty king, magician, living from generation to generation, being about to pass into the halls of Amenti, set down for the guidance of those that are to come after. These records of the mighty wisdom of great Atlantis. In the great city of Kior, on the island of Undal, in a time far past, I began this incarnation. Not as the little men of the present age did the mighty ones of Atlantis live and die, but rather from aeon to aeon did they renew their life in the halls of Amenti, where the river of life flows eternally onward.
So right there, y'all, what he's telling us is that in the great city of Kior, on the island of Undal, in the time of past, I began this incarnation, not as the little men of the present age did the mighty ones Atlantis live and die. So these ancient beings Atlantis didn't live and die, but rather from aeon to aeon, they renewed their life in the halls of Amenti, where the river of life flows externally onward. So that's something that hit me a few days ago that I never caught, that he's actually talking about a civilization that was immortal. Not just him, but a whole civilization that had access to this external river of life that flowed out of this halls of Amenti. And so
And then they could basically come out and materialize themselves and be part of the society, basically.
Right.
Teach and help us raise our consciousness.
Right, and all this knowledge from Atlantis, I believe, was brought to them from a being that appeared from the stars. Is from what I can gather right now. He's going to talk about the dweller, and so we're gonna go back into it. Anyone else want to say anything before we go back? Just real quick. All right, let's go.
100 times 10, I have descended the dark way that led into the light, and as many times have I ascended from the darkness into the light, my strength and power renewed. Now for a time I descend, and the men of Chem shall know me no more. But in a time yet unborn I will rise again, mighty and potent, requiring an accounting of those left behind me. Then beware, O men of Chem, if ye have falsely betrayed my teaching, for I shall cast ye down from your high estate into the darkness of the caves from whence ye came. Betray not my secrets to the men of the north, or the men of the south, lest my curse fall upon ye. Remember and heed my words, for surely will I return again and require of thee that which ye guard. I, even from beyond time and from beyond death, will I return, rewarding or punishing as ye have requited your trust. Great were my people in the ancient days, great beyond the conception of the little people now around me.
So just real quick, another emphasis on how great they were in Atlantis, and he's saying that now after all this time, he's going into the halls, it's time for him to descend, and the men of Kim will know him no more in physical form, but in a time yet unborn, I will rise again, mighty and potent, and so here we go.
Knowing the wisdom of old, seeking far within the heart of infinity knowledge that belonged to earth's youth. Wise were we with the wisdom of the children of light who dwelt among us. Strong were we, with the power drawn from the eternal fire. And of all these, greatest among the children of men was my father, Thothme, keeper of the great temple.
Okay, so right there, can you guys get a glimpse of what he's hinting at when he says that wise we were with the wisdom of the children of light who dwelt among us. Strong were we with the power drawn from the eternal fire. And of all of these, the greatest among the children of men was my father Thothme, keeper of the great temple, and link between the children of light who dwelt within the temple and the races of men who inhabited the 10 islands. So envision a civilization where there was these beings who were known as the children of light, and they lived on their island, while men and women of men like me and you, I presume, had their civilization on the other islands, 9 other islands, and Thothme was like a bridge between these children of light and it literally sounds like almost like an ET civilization appeared and started teaching, and it was integrated with humans. Does anyone like to say anything or flash their mics to that idea?
One thing I do get is I think some of the stuff that he's talking about are like very like in a like allegory, very like parable, in a very deep esoteric way. So, for example, he said, "Strong were we," that they were gaining power from the eternal light, and I think what he was saying was referring to the sun and meditating and absorbing power from the sun from up there to within themselves, kind of like the Kundalini chakras and stuff.
Right, I hear you. That's a good way to look at it too. Anyone else like to share or say anything or share? Thank you guys for sharing the live. If you guys are new here, make sure you heart me, join the team. It's only one coin. Make sure you guys send gifts to each other, show love and support. Make sure you guys tap the screen, but just be part of the team, part of this group right now by doing anything. If you want to do nothing, that's cool too, but we're always here, always growing and always listening and always learning together. So here we go.
Link between the children of light who dwelt within the temple and the races of men who inhabited the 10 islands. Mouthpiece, after the 3, of the dweller of Unal, speaking to the kings with the voice that must be obeyed. Grew I there from a child into manhood, being taught by my father the elder mysteries, until in time there grew within the fire of wisdom, until it burst into a consuming flame.
So that's one. I love that part right there where he says, "Grew I there from a child into manhood, being taught by my father the elder mysteries, until in time there grew within the flame of wisdom," right? And so this flame of wisdom is ignited within him, and then it burst into an all-consuming flame. And then he says, "Not desired I, but the attainment of wisdom, until the great day where the command came from the dweller of the temple that I be brought before him. Few there were among the children of men who had looked at that face and lived, for not as the sons of men are the children of light when they are not incarnate in the physical body." So if you think about this, energy of the dweller of and these beings who he are calling the children of light, he says few were able to look at them directly in the face because of their might, because of their power, because of their light. And what happens when we look at the sun? You know, you can't look at it all of a sudden. You have to turn away sometimes until your eyes adjust to it. So ultimately, what's going on now in the Emerald Tablets is Thoth is teaching us that he grew up in Atlantis, and then he began seeking wisdom, and then this being on its own island had three emissaries that were like its representatives, and its emissaries would go amongst the islands and look at the people and look for viable children of men to teach this wisdom. And then the day came that they came for him, and this is what happened to Thoth as he goes through this. Okay.
Yeah, and I think Toph was basically very thirsty for knowledge at that time. And like you said, those three emissaries were basically going around saying, maybe like checking the level of growth, of understanding around that community. And I think with Toph going through a lot of searches for wisdom and meditating and trying to grow, I think it caught their attention, and I think that's why the dweller sent for him.
Right.
But I think he really had to search, because the way he talked, it seems like he really had to put in the work to actually like show his desperation in knowledge, seeking knowledge.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Very well put. I see you there, Blue. Sorry about that. I accepted someone else real quick before I saw your other comment. And but if the box opens, I'll definitely get you back up here. And if anyone else doesn't have anything, we're going to continue on with the Emerald Tablet Tuesdays. We're doing this from 7 to about 10 every Tuesday, where we're going through the ancient knowledge of the Emerald Tablets and speaking together, united. If you guys are new here, just make sure if you have anything to say, just flash your mic on and off. You could do it like my screen. You can see in my mic is flashing on and off now. Just flash it on and off. If you guys want me to stop, just flash your mic and we can talk about something you want to speak about, anything you hear. So let's go. He's about to be brought into onto the island and about to view this being for the first time, I believe.
Not desired I, but the attainment of wisdom, until on a great day the command came from the dweller of the temple that I be brought before him. Few there were among the children of men who had looked upon that mighty face and lived. For not as the sons of men are the children of light, when they are not incarnate in a physical body. Chosen was I from the sons of men, taught by the dweller, so that his purposes might be fulfilled. Purposes yet unborn in the womb of time. Long ages I dwelt in the temple, learning ever and yet ever more wisdom, until I, too, approached the light emitted from the great fire. Taught me he, the path to Amenti, the underworld where the great king sits upon his throne of might. Deep I bowed in homage before the lords of life and the lords of death, receiving as my gift the key of life.
So after he was chosen by the dweller, he dwelt in the temple, learning ever and yet ever more wisdom, until I too approached the light emitted from that great fire. Taught me he the path to Amenti, the underworld where the great king sits upon his throne of might. So he was brought into he was finally able to be brought into this place, this magical place where this being or this fire is emitting life. The light from this fire is life-giving. So it's a different concept. If you guys, I've never even thought of this as a concept before, that there could be a fire that is eternal that gives life. And And then anyone that want to, so I'm gonna keep going real quick, just like, yeah, go ahead, one.
I wanted to say something real quick.
Okay.
To me, that sounds like, I don't know if anybody's familiar with this saying, but the breath of life. It sounds very similar to what he's explaining. Because that's the spark. Like, you know how when they talk about the all spark in Transformers, that's
Right.
the spark. That's the spark that gives you your soul, your essence. So that's very telling that he would explain it in that manner.
Right. Yeah.
Right, that's what I was going to say too, and I think what it just explained there, he meant it in many different way, because the way I viewed it was like, because I'm speaking from experience. When when you go deep into meditation and stuff, I'm not sure if everybody have gone through that experience yet. You've come to get to a state where through the darkness, there's that fire, that light that you get to see through your mind eye while your eyes is closed, and that light itself is conscious, and it's like you've come to form a relationship with it where heading you on the spiritual path, and where teach you about your moment being.
Yeah, your mic is breaking up just a little bit. Are you moving right now? Are you moving around? Or is it just the Wi-Fi? Because the last thing you spoke, we didn't hear. Well, I heard the first part.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, yes. If we can get what that last sentence was, or what you say after you went out.
Okay, so what I was saying is like Libra was saying that if you like, there are people like that has gone through that experience, and I think that's one of the things that he was saying is that when I go to meditation, when I meditate, like especially during the first time when I was really experiencing the connection with Source, with God, to the darkness, when you close your eyes, you see darkness. And the moment I had formed the connection with my soul, with my inner self, with God, there was this fire, this light that basically appeared in my mind eye. And I think that's what he's referring to by saying he sees that fire, this life-giving fire, and it seems like it's very conscious and able to guide him in basically teaching them wisdom. And I think the way he was referring to that is by like, when you start meditating and you start seeing yourself having vivid dream of you going to school or seeing other aspect of yourself, and then you slowly growing from that. And I think that might have something to do with it, because let me just stop there, because I think there's gonna be more that actually align with what I'm saying now.
Oh, nice. Nice. I appreciate that. That's very interesting. So if you guys don't don't mind, we're gonna keep going. All right. Thank you for that one. Thank you, and always keep come on in, because this is exactly what I'm talking about. How we're able to share together and get all of our different perspectives, and I think that's gonna help us understand these tablets a little bit more clear. So now we're at the point now, for all those who are just joining in, where we're listening to the Emerald Tablets every Tuesday from 7 p.m. to 10 Eastern Standard Time. Every Tuesday, we'll call it Emerald Tablet Tuesdays, where we talk about Thoth and we decipher these tablets more and more. It's going to get a little bit more intricate in the way he describes things. So by all means, everything has been really smooth so far. We've established that Thoth grew up in Atlantis until this great being that existed on one of the islands of Atlantis that was set aside for its people. It called Thoth to this place, this temple, and then Thoth learned all these ancient mysteries there, and then was now able to view this fire, which they call. They really don't even call it anything. It's just the halls of Amenti, where this fire is generating eternal life, and is protected by beings who are children of light, I presume, special beings who guard it and sit there and share it with us, and shared it with the whole civilization in Atlantis, where everyone was able to kind of be under its, be able to feel the bathe in its glow, the bathe in its fire. So Thoth now is learning ancient wisdom, and now he was just granted permission to be in the presence of this flame in the halls of Amenti, which is this place, which I believe is on the island of Undal. So here we go.
Free was I of the halls of Amenti, bound not by death to the circle of life. Far to the stars I journeyed until space and time became as naught. Then, having drunk deep of the cup of wisdom, I looked.
Hey, what's going on? What do you want to say? Anything, one?
Stop there real quick. Okay, so sorry guys. I wanted to clarify this because now I kind of see a bigger picture. So you see how he said, free I was from the hall of Amenti, bound not by death or the circle of life. So this is exactly what I meant. If you pay attention, he talks about how the three emissaries came to get him because he was seeking wisdom and knowledge. And then he ended up meeting the dweller. After he met the dweller basically tell him that he can stay here and learn. And I'm guessing that way of learning was basically through meditation, finding a connection with his inner self. And through all the process of meditating and learning, he ended up getting to that stage where he finally was able to see beyond the veil, which is past the darkness to his mind eye. And then he ended up being connected to his higher self, to his soul, to a connection to source. And now, since that has happened, he basically gained the power to basically travel through space, because I think he's referring to that light not just as God presence or his soul, but as well as his light body, his Merkaba, because he clearly stated that he traveled far into space. You know what I mean? Consciously. Because I feel like it's different when you are doing this to dream, but it's a whole different level when you're so connected with your light body, especially through meditation, that you can easily meditate and start remote viewing or start literally travel in the stars. And I feel like this is the stage that he has gotten himself to by explaining us what he's explaining us to us right now. Hope that makes sense.
Yep, and I feel exactly what you were speaking about as I was listening. Like, I had wondered when Thoth had learned how to leave his body and travel, and I think this is when he learned it, when he was with these beings, and in this mystery school on Udal, because then he says, taught me he the path of Amenti. So free I was of the halls of Amenti, bound not by death to the circle of life. Far to the stars I journeyed until space and time became nothing.
Exactly. It's like he's basically telling you that he noticed he's a multi-dimensional being. And I think he's referring to how he can literally close his eye and find himself in a different body or another version of himself being in different planets. Time really matters not for him anymore, because he is literally starting to notice that it is the fire, it is pure energy, and it can be everywhere, anywhere, at any time. Space and time became nothing.
And it's funny how he says, bound not by death to the circle of life. So that was when he gained the knowledge and wisdom to bound not just out of his body, but he found a way to bound out of the cycle of life and death. And so far to the stars he journeyed until space and time became as nothing. Then, having drunk deep of the cup of wisdom, I looked into the hearts of men and women and found I greater mysteries and was glad. For only in the search for truth could my soul be stilled and the flame within be quenched. So, after all this, traveling throughout the universe, learning more ancient wisdom, he came back and looked at the hearts of men and found greater mysteries. And then he was glad. So here we go. Let's continue on. And we have an opening up there in the box if Lou, you want to come back. So here we go.
Into the hearts of men, and there found I greater mysteries, and was glad. For only in the search for truth could my and the flame within be quenched. Down through the ages I lived, seeing those around me taste the cup of death.
So that says to me, now that he has been freed and has been granted immortality, gradually he lived and watched all the people around him like go forth and come back. Basically saying, let's see if I can find it. So down through the ages I lived, seeing those around me taste of the cup of death and return again in the light of life, that reincarnation. Gradually, right, from the kingdoms of Atlantis passed waves and waves of consciousness that have been one with me, only to be replaced by spawn of a lower star. So what that, go ahead.
I think he's referring to reincarnation, and what I noticed is the way he was explaining that to me is that now that he's achieved immortality because he find the connection with the light within himself, he gets to know who he is. A person that is not bound by space and time. He comes to notice the people that were still in the process of learning and growing like he did, they still have to go through the process of reincarnation until they've come to find the light within themselves so they can not be bound by space and time and the will of reincarnation. So basically, what he's saying is for you to basically get out of that loop, you have to connect with that light within you to create your light body to have all the required aspect of your higher self, so you cannot be bound and be caught up in the cycle of death.
Right. That's right. And if you guys don't know, Hermes Trismegistus was also Thoth. So eventually, when Thoth went into the halls of Amenti, he, from his immortality, he was able to live on the surface as men and women and throughout the ages. And one of those people was Hermes. And even Hermes talks about how the zodiac is a construct that keeps man within the boundaries of the angles of this world, of this three-dimensional world. And so obviously there is something beyond the zodiac that is attainable, that he's hinting at here. So something unbelievable to us is attainable, is what this ancient wisdom is trying to speak to us. So, Pharaoh, did you want to say anything? Okay, Pharaoh just dropped. All right, you guys, anybody else want to share before we start?
I think he's coming back. It's because he couldn't hear. So I think his thing froze. I think it's gonna come back.
Okay, yeah, he came back. Welcome in, Phil B.
Hey, I don't know what happened, but I couldn't hear anything. I missed like the past like 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Hopefully you can hear now. And, everything's good. You hear?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So right now we're at the point where Thoth has been have learning for years and years with this dweller and this on this island in Atlantis, and now he's been permitted to access the halls of Amenti, and now he has been gifted immortality. He's learned that he now can live forever. And the one thing I think is funny is throughout this whole process, Thoth talks about leaving his body and going to this halls of Amenti, and as well, I believe as it may be physically, too. But the one thing I found is intriguing right now is the fact that it's funny that we all leave our bodies and go somewhere and then come back rejuvenated, and I think that's very interesting when he's talking about this halls of Amenti. Well, where do we go when we leave our bodies at night and then we come back and we're rejuvenated and we don't remember where did we go? Where is this energy coming from that's rejuvenating us? Are we going to the halls of Amenti? It's just food for thought.
Return again in the light of life. Gradually, from the kingdoms of Atlantis, past waves of consciousness that had been one with me, only to be replaced by spawn of a lower star. In obedience to the law, the word of the master grew into flower. Downward into darkness turned the thoughts of the Atlanteans, until at last, in his wrath, arose from his Agwanti, the dweller. This word has no English equivalent. It means a state of detachment. Speaking the word, calling the power deep in the earth's heart.
So this is what I gather that he's talking about right now, is that down through the ages I lived, seeing those around me taste of the cup of death and return again in the light of life. Gradually from the kingdoms of Atlantis passed waves of consciousness that had been one with me, only to be replaced by spawn of a lower star. It almost seems like what he's saying. Welcome, Urbanus. Hey, Chris. Thank you guys for joining in on Emerald Tablets Tuesdays, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, until 10 p.m. every Tuesday. So welcome, much light and much love to you guys. Thank you all for joining. Make sure you guys get on the team. Make sure you guys heart me. Make sure you guys, if you haven't sent a gift today, please send a gift around the room. Share your love, share your light, show it on the screen, and keep this TikTok live thriving. We're gonna do this every Tuesday. Thank you guys for sharing too. Thank you guys for being part of the team. So it almost sounds like what he's saying is that as he lived, right, like ages to ages in Atlantis, gradually, he says, from the kingdoms of Atlantis, past waves of consciousness that have been one with him, only to be replaced by spawn of a lower star. So it almost felt like he was like all the people that he's used to, like the next age of people kept getting kind of lower in consciousness, is what it kind of sounds like is happening, right?
Well, I kind of agree, but I also think you have to. I come to learn that he probably is also referring to like as everyone in Atlantis were like a collective. They were like all connected as one, and when these people died, whatever had happened, their light basically had dimmed down, kind of almost as if, when you die and you have to reincarnate, when you come back to life, you have to basically have to go through the whole process of forgetting. So it's almost as if the veil is placed back in on you again, and you have to go back and find your light and to let it grow.
Right. Right. And then so the reason why I say this is because what he's about to say, the last thing he left off with is that gradually past ways of consciousness that had been one with me, only to be replaced by spawn of a lower star. Then he goes right to the point where he says, in obedience to the law and the word of the master grew into the flower, downward into darkness turned the thoughts of the Atlanteans, until at last in his wrath he arose from his Aguanti, the dweller, and with a word he spoke, calling the power. And then deep in the earth's heart, the sons of Amenti heard, and hearing this word, directed the changing of the flower of fire that burns eternally, changing and shifting using the logos until that great fire changed its direction. Over the world then broke the great waters, drowning and sinking, changing the earth's balance until only the temple of light was left, standing on the great mountain of Undal, still rising out the water. Some of those who were living saved from the rush of the fountains. So it's funny how he goes right to the destruction of Atlantis. So I think he's given us a gist right now, just like I give you guys a gist of what I think the whole, how this whole, he's given us a gist of these tablets, because he describes later in chapter 8, the Emerald Tablet 8, on what the men of Atlantis did to bring the dweller to cause an end to Atlantis. And then he told Thoth to gather the people and gather the children of light and travel to the land of Kem, because the people and the men of Atlantis had started diving into dark magic and black arts. And I think that's what he's saying when he says, gradually from the kingdom of Atlantis past ways of consciousness that had been one with me, only to be replaced by spawn of a lower star. So he's going to talk about the destruction real quick of Atlantis.
The sons of Amenti heard, and hearing, directed the changing of the flower of fire that burns eternally, changing and shifting, using the logos, until that great fire changed its direction. Over the world then broke the great waters, drowning and sinking, changing earth's balance until only the temple of light was left standing on the great mountain of Undal, still rising out of the water. Some there were who were living, saved from the rush of the fountains. Called to me then the master, saying, Gather ye together my people, take them by the arts ye have learned afar across the waters, until ye reach the land of the hairy barbarians, dwelling in caves of the desert. Follow there the plan that ye know of. Gathered I then my people, and entered the great ship of the master. Upward we rose into the morning, dark beneath us.
Now remember how I was saying how it's almost like this being, the dweller, sounded like he was an extraterrestrial. Well, here's another confirmation where after, Thoth had learned everything he needed to know, and he got into the ship of the master. Suddenly, over it rose the waters, vanished from the earth until the time appointed was the great temple. Fast we fled toward the sun of the morning, until beneath us lay the land of the children of Kem. So he's saying, gather ye my people, gather them together, take them by the arts you have learned to far across the waters until you reach the land of the hairy barbarians. And then so he says, gathered I then my people, and entered the great ship of the master. Upward we rose into the morning. So that's interesting. He got into his master's ship, and then escaped the floods. And he's about to describe what happened when they appeared on the land and what the people the people from the caves came out to greet them, but they didn't greet them nicely. So this is what is about to go on.
Lay the temple. Suddenly, over it rose the waters, vanished from earth until the time appointed was the great temple. Fast we fled toward the sun of the morning until beneath us lay the land of the children of Chem. Raging, they came with cudgels and spears lifted in anger, seeking to slay and utterly destroy the sons of Atlantis. Then raised I my staff and directed a ray of vibration, striking them still in their tracks as fragments of stone of the mountain. Then spoke I to them in words calm and peaceful, telling them of the might of Atlantis, saying we were children of the sun and its messengers. Cowed I them by my display of magic science, until at my feet they groveled when I released them. Long dwelt.
So there you go. They went to the land of Chem, landed, and the people came after them with cudgels and spears lifted in anger, seeking to slay and utterly destroy the sons of Atlantis. Then raised I my staff and directed a ray of vibration, striking them still in their tracks as fragments of stone on the mountain. And so this is the magic science that we are evolving to. This is the magic science we have lost, the true science, which is mixed with magic. This vibration, all you had to do was raise a staff and send out a ray of vibration, and all these humans stuck, like they became motionless, but they were still alive. But they couldn't move. There was like sleep paralysis in whatever state you were in as you were about to attack. Like you just stopped. And then he walked amongst them. Envision that scene. Thoth coming off the spaceship, these people starting to come at him, warriors. And then he lifts this wave and thousands of people just stop. And then he walks towards us and talks to us calmly as he's walking through you for 2 to 3 hours, talking to you about the might of Atlantis. And then using their own fear against them, right? It's funny. It's not, anyway. But then after that, then I spoke to them in words of calm and peaceful, telling them of the might of Atlantis, saying we were children of the sun. And that makes a lot of sense if you think about the immortality and the lifespan of the sun. These children of light were literally children of the sun, and their lifespans were way vaster than ours. And they were its messengers. They were then cowed, and then when he released them, they groveled at his feet. And then he says, long dwelt we in the land of Chem, long and yet long again, until obeying the commands of the master, who while sleeping yet lives externally, I sent from me the sons of Atlantis, sent them in many directions, and from the womb of time wisdom might rise again in her children. So at that moment, after the world was flooded, they found home in Atlantis. They found home in the land of Chem for a long time, and then they started spreading this stuff all over the world. They started going everywhere. The Mayas, maybe China, maybe America, everywhere, and establishing cultures, and establishing trying to keep the arts and science of Atlantis still known on our planet, so it wouldn't be forgotten. So, anyone else want to say nothing before I start again? We're at 8:22. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. We've been through this an hour and 22 minutes so far. If anyone else wants to say anything, you can. Make sure you guys tap the screen. Make sure you guys share the live. Make sure you guys heart me and send some gifts around. We're only doing this once a week. We got 32,000 likes. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. One of the few. MVP Marie MC, MVP Smart Apps, MVP Libra Goddess. Thank you, Pharaoh B. Thank you guys tapping the screen. I see you, Teku. We're gonna keep this going. Here we go. Here we go.
We in the land of Kem, long and yet long again, until obeying the commands of the Master, who, while sleeping, yet lives eternally. I sent from me the sons of Atlantis, sent them in many directions, that from the womb of time wisdom might rise again in her children. Long time dwelt I in the land of Kem, doing great works by the wisdom within me. Upward grew into the light of knowledge the children of Kem, watered by the rains of my wisdom. Blasted I then a path to Amenti, so that I might retain my powers. Living from age to age, a son of Atlantis, keeping the wisdom, preserving the records. Great grew the sons of Kem, conquering the people around them, growing slowly upwards in soul force. Now for a time, I go from among them into the dark halls of Amenti, deep in the halls of the earth, before the lords of the powers, gateway leading down to Amenti. Few there would be with courage to dare it. Few passed.
Hold on 1 second, y'all, because I had
The command came from the dweller of the temple that I be brought before him.
Hold on,
Few there were.
Hold on 1 second, because I had set the phone down.
Of the dweller of Unal, speaking to the kings with the voice that must be obeyed. Grew I there from a child into manhood, being taught by my father the elder mystery.
Just forwarding this a little bit, y'all. Hold on a second.
A vibration, striking them still in their tracks
All right,
as
here we go.
fragments of stone of the mountain. Then spoke I to them in words calm and peaceful, telling them of the might of Atlantis, saying we were children of the sun and its messengers. Cowed I them by my display of magic science, until at my feet they groveled when I released them. Long dwelt we in the land of Kem, long and yet long again, until obeying the commands of the Master, who, while sleeping, yet lives eternally. I sent from me the sons of Atlantis, sent them in many directions, that from the womb of time wisdom might rise again in her children. Long time dwelt I in the land of Kem, doing great works by the wisdom within me. Upward grew into the light of knowledge the children of Kem, watered by the rains of my wisdom. Blasted I then a path to Amenti, so that I might retain my powers. Living from age to age, a son of Atlantis, keeping the wisdom, preserving the records. Great grew the sons of Kem, conquering the people around them, growing slowly upwards in soul force. Now for a time, I go from among them into the dark halls of Amenti, deep in the halls of the earth, before the lords of the powers, face to face once again with the dweller. Raised I high over the entrance, a doorway, a gateway leading down to Amenti.
So I don't want anybody to get lost. What he's saying right now, from what I gather, is that while he was in Egypt, or the land of Kem, as it was known, he blasted away to the halls of Amenti so that he can retain his powers. And so he can go back to that flame, that flower. And then he says, great grew the sons of Kem, conquering the people around them, growing slowly upwards into a soul force. Now for a time, I go from among them into the dark halls of Amenti, deep in the halls of the earth, before the lords of the powers, face to face once again with the dweller. Raised I high over the entrance. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No. The part where you say they were growing slowly upward in soul force, I think is clearly referring to how they were growing in consciousness, in enlightenment.
Nice. Yeah, and considering these were not even like Atlanteans, These were like the people of Khem, you know, and slowly they grew upwards in soul force, you know, until probably the time came. He says, "Well, everything's let me get this. Let me open up a way to the halls of Amenti, because maybe we were ready to start entering these halls of Amenti." You know. Then he says, "Raised I high over the entrance a doorway, a gateway leading down to Amenti. Few there would be with courage to dare it. Few passed the portal to dark Amenti." So I bet you, like Amenti is probably, I'm gonna say like 500 miles or something underground, but I bet you there's a portal there that you just step into and then like you're brought there with the way it feels.
Yeah, you know what I think? I think there's two versions to it. There's like a materialistic version that he actually built under the pyramid, but I also think there's a very well-known spiritual version because he talks about it in the past tablets. You've read about how because from everything I've heard from him so far, he's basically making it clear that your body, your body is like a vehicle, and your third eye is basically where your heart of your spirit lives. And in that temple, for you to come to term with yourself, connect with yourself, and able to move past that veil. And that veil is basically darkness. You know, when you close your eye and all you see is darkness, I think the veil that is talking about on a spiritual level is that. And until you can get to the point where you meditate enough to heal yourself and to go past trauma, to be completely loving unconditionally, and to move, to be fearless, to know that fear is a feather and move past that, then that's when you're gonna be able to see past the veil and know yourself as the divine light bearer that you are. And I think by doing that, then you'll be able to easily have access to the Hall of Amenti. So I feel like whether it's something spiritual or material, I feel like until somebody is able to get past that point, whether they were going to the pyramid in Egypt or not, I feel like the way you said very few has been able to get past the Hall of Amenti. I feel like this could be like a key pass for you to be able to get in, like to be easily noticed by anybody, you know, to have the access keys to basically have that light shining through you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I can see that. Welcome in, Starseed Boots, High Phoenix Spirit. Thank you guys in the comments. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. Make sure if you're new here, make sure you're part of the team. Hit the golden heart on top. Throw some love around, guys, when you get a chance. Thank you for the gifts, all you wonderful people here, all you spiritual TikTok, all you beautiful, amazing, radiant souls here. Thank you guys for being here. We're doing this every Tuesday. We're calling them Emerald Tablet Tuesdays from 7 p.m. Eastern till about 10 p.m. I will try to keep it around 10 p.m. Just so I can put it on YouTube too. So that we can have these as a reference points. Every one I'm going to try to upload to YouTube, just FYI, if that's okay with you guys, unless you don't want me to, which is fine. So I'm going to try to put these on the YouTube and keep it at least 2 to 3 hours. So here we go again. If anyone else wants to say, Starseed, thank you for the gifts. Here we go.
Few there would be with courage to dare it. Few passed the portal to dark Amenti. Raised over the passage, I, a mighty pyramid, using the power that overcomes earth force. Gravity. Deep and yet deeper placed I a force house or chamber. From it carved I a circular passage reaching almost to the great summit. There in the apex set I the crystal, sending the ray into the time-space, drawing the force from out of the ether, concentrating upon the gateway to Amenti. See the Great Pyramid by Doriel.
So right there, he's explaining what he did so that we can get to the halls of Amenti. Raised over the passage, I did a mighty pyramid using the power that overcomes earth force gravity. Deep and yet deeper placed I a force house or chamber. From it carved I a circular passage. So think about it. He placed a force house or a chamber, and then from it carved I a circular passage reaching almost to the great summit. There in the apex set I the crystal, sending the ray into the time space, drawing the force from out of the ether, concentrating upon the gateway to Amenti. And then it says there, see the Great Pyramid by Doriel, which I think is a book of a suggested read. The Great Pyramid by Doriel.
Almost sounds like as if he literally made the pyramid like our body, from the root chakra to the kundalini, going all the way to the apex, where he set the crystal to receive wave of energy coming from space, the cosmos, to receive energy. And I would think that is referring to, your inner eye. Like you receive download.
Give me a second, do my mic.
Okay. What were you saying, one?
So that's what I was saying. Like in the last part, how he said it on top of the pyramid, he said the crystal in the apex. And if you pay attention, it's almost as if it's making the pyramid is a clear replica of our body, because the crystal that we also have within ourselves is in our pineal gland, the third eye, where you're able to receive downloads. And that's the same way you're also able to receive energies from the cosmos to the pyramids.
Interesting, man. Thank you. That is interesting. Nice. That's another way to view it, that I haven't seen it before. That's pretty cool. Yeah, they say the same thing with the Bible, is talking about our bodies. All these ancient parables, are just very interesting. So right, y'all, here we go. He's talking about now that he's been in the land of Chem for so long, the people have grew strong. He raised the pyramid and built a way to go to the halls of Amenti, there in ancient Egypt. So here we go.
Other chambers I built and left vacant to all seeming, yet hidden within them are the keys to Amenti. He who in courage would dare the dark realms, let him be purified first by long fasting. Lie in the sarcophagus of stone in my chamber, then to reveal I to him the great mysteries. Soon shall he follow to where I shall meet him, even in the darkness of earth.
So he's telling us right now that, this is the initiation that they talked about in ancient Egypt, that Jesus and different people went through, where they had to lie in the sarcophagus. And we had to lie in this, and he's telling us not to eat 3 days before. And then he says, other chambers I built and left vacant to all seemingly. So that definitely hints that there's something multi-dimensional there. Okay, there's something that exists there in the fourth dimension or fifth dimension there that's in that third dimensional space, or is what I'm seeing. Other chambers I built and left vacant to all seeming, yet hidden within them are the keys to Amenti. He who in courage would dare the dark realms, let him be purified first by long fasting. Then lie in the sarcophagus of stone in my chamber. Then to reveal I to him the great mysteries. Soon shall he follow to where I shall meet him. Even in the darkness of earth shall I meet him. I, Thoth, Lord of wisdom, meet him and hold him and dwell with him always. So, you want to say something, friend?
Yeah. See, again, the same way he's saying that, you know how he's talking about it, like you have to literally go to the pyramid and place yourself in a sarcophagus or whatever. I think it's the same way if somebody literally, I mean, that's just a theory, I would guess, but I don't want to go too deep into it because I have my own experience, but I truly believe if someone, the fact that the pyramid is basically built like your body itself, if you literally spend those 3 days sincerely seeking knowledge and you prepare and you go into a very deep meditation, not eat for 3 days, and literally seeking that connection, I don't think you literally have to be in the pyramid itself to do that, because you also have to be aware that you're an energy generator. As much as the pyramid is giving and receiving, you are that as well.
Right. And then remember, this too is in terms of ancient times where they were actually probably doing these things. Like they were actually in this, going through these initiations in this, and like you said, in the sarcophagus, but for 3 days, and then being tested in that sarcophagus, and then once you pass all your fear, you would be taught the mysteries. You would see how life kinetically, you would have that first life experience, that first life initiation, where you would witness a great thing, and then you feel like almost born again, I would guess, because you feel like you've seen and touched onto a mystery of life that now was revealed to you. So now you understand how life and light and how chaos comes into order, and how light comes into life.
And if you really think about it, that's why you will hear stories about gurus and people that have actually really gone through a transformation through spiritual practice. They will have story telling you, I really had gone isolate myself and went to a deep meditation for days, and I fast and everything. And during that period of time, I've come to a point where somebody appeared before me while I was meditating, and I was starting to communicate with aliens and other beings from other realms and stuff. And I think that's kind of the same thing that is happening. Maybe those people are not meeting with Thoth, but they're still meeting with high dimensional being because of the vibration that they end up being able to hold within themselves.
Right. Blue, is that your second account, Blue? That's on top?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you for. We have one. Is that? Yeah. You can take it down because there's one requesting right now. So if you want to make room, but when there's no one requesting, is very welcome to help with the algorithm. I appreciate it. It's a good work. All right. I see Rabanus. I see you wanted to come up here. Welcome in, Rabanus. Well, long time no see. Thank you for sharing the live, by the way, guys.
Has it been a long time?
No, not really. It's just been a millisecond in eternity.
Indeed. Indeed. I am enjoying.
Hey, Rabbinus, how you doing?
How's it going, Hopi? I'm enjoying the information that you're coming. Like you're actually, it feels like you're remembering what we like the the master schools. It feels like you're remembering it. Like I know you're only like just like you're going not only you're actually going through all the information again,
Yeah.
but it feels like you're actually feeling it this time. And I want to take part into that, if you don't mind.
Yes. All are here. Who here? All right. So yeah. So if you want to just remember to flash your mics. Um, Hold on. I'm trying to get another. I'm trying to think of some more words for the AI. Let's go with emerald, crystal, tablets, blue, fire, halls. And let's say deep earth. Let's see what the AI generates from this. All right, guys.
You write that many words, they don't only let me write so many words.
All right. Yeah, it'll let you write a lot of words sometimes. It should. I see Libra Goddess. I see you there waiting in the. I see your invite. As soon as someone drops down or something like that, I'll get you back up here. So this is a very where we're talking about this together. You guys flash your mics if you want something to say. I see you, Jennifer. What's up?
I was gonna say Libra can take my spot.
Yeah, if you want to, it doesn't matter. Then you can come back if you're still there in the comments. If someone else drops, I'll automatically pull you guys back up. If you're
Right
still
on.
here.
Yeah.
And yeah, whatever you like, whatever is good.
So you could switch it. I love you too, everybody.
Yeah, I'll be
You could
doing.
switch it, James.
Okay, I'll be doing the
Much love, Jenna.
at about 10 o'clock. I think I was gonna end. It depends on how late we go, and then I was gonna start another live after that where we could just all just freestyle. So I'll let you go real quick, Jennifer. Love you as always. Going down there, and then gonna add up Libra Goddess again. I see you here. All right, and before we start again, Libra Goddess, is there a name? My name is James, by the way. It's not yes, you are. It's James. And if you have a name or if you just feel comfortable with Libra Goddess, that's cool. But are you there, Libra Goddess?
Yes.
Okay, is there anything you'd like to share about the Emerald Tablets or anything you want to speak on real quick before we start?
It's funny because the thing of it is that my mind, I have a photographic memory, so I'm really good with like how can I say this? Deciphering things from pictures and pulling up pictures in my mind, and a lot of the things that I have seen, read, what so have you, have been flashing since I've been listening. And a lot of the things that one said also has been kind of like ringing bells, because a lot of the things that he's speaking on are actually things that I've seen in movies, cartoons, you name it. Like everything that that they don't want us to know, they put in fiction. They'll say, "Oh, it's not real. This is not. This is just make believe, right? Quote unquote."
Right.
But really, they're really telling you the truth, but in a way that you wouldn't if you weren't looking for it, you understand, you wouldn't even know. But everything that is coming out in these tablets right now, what I'm listening to, the things that we're speaking on, it's just it's flooding, because it's like everything you can tie it into something somewhere, and it's just like it's crazy. Like I'm just listening.
Mm-hmm. Right, right. Totally get it. I totally get it. Yep. Yeah, and yeah, and it's funny that they want you to think that it's make believe, that all this stuff doesn't exist. You can't be immortal. You know, unbelievable.
Yeah, for example, I want to just say this quick because Libra brought the whole movie thing. Um, if you, I'm not sure if anybody have heard of that movie or TV show. Not that I want to switch topic, but it's like Everything Everywhere at Once. If you are somebody that is deep into spirituality, the moment you see that movie, you will know how crazy it is that they even put that in your face, because you get to notice how you are such a multidimensional being, and the people are literally telling you who you are, and yet people are viewing it in such a materialistic aspect of it that they don't get to notice that's a story about themselves that is being tell that they're telling them. So it's funny. It had
Correct. It's hilarious. It really is.
Yep.
I like that picture that you have there. It looks like Anu, but with a trunk and like elephant ears. But Anu has the same thing with the trunk is a beard, but and then it has like like a little slit for a mouth. And he looks exactly like that, like same gray or gray bluish coloration. It's very interesting. I mean, from what I've gathered, from what I've seen in my dreams. There you
go. Right, right.
Entertainment purposes only.
All right, y'all. Let's continue on with the Emerald Tablets.
Shall I meet him? I, Thoth, Lord of Wisdom, meet him and hold him and dwell with him always. Built I the great pyramid, patterned after the pyramid of Earth Force, burning eternally so that it, too, might retain through the ages. In it, I built my knowledge of magic science so that it might be here when again I return from Amenti. While I sleep in the halls of Amenti, my soul roaming free will incarnate, dwell among men in this form or another. Hermes, thrice-born. Emissary on earth am I, of the dweller, fulfilling his commands so man might be lifted. Now return I to the halls of Amenti, leaving behind me some of my wisdom. Preserve ye, and keep ye the command of the dweller. Lift ever upwards your eyes to the light. Surely, in time, ye are one with the Master. Surely, by right, ye are one with the Master. Surely, by right, ye are one with the All. Now I depart from ye. Know my commandments, keep them and be them, and I will be with you, helping and guiding you into the light. Now before me opens the portal, go I down into the darkness of night.
Yeah, so that's the end of Emerald Tablet 1. Give yourselves a nice, real quick round of applause.
Absolutely lovely. Can I say something real quick on this one? On that, I will say that the Halls of Amenti sounds like the Akashic Records to me. It's literally on parallel, but it's more of the halls of in the Bible where beings are born, like the mentions upon mentions or whatever that people they say. It's very interesting that there's that correlation in between those two things. I believe that's what that is. I feel that that's what that is.
Rabinus, let me clarify. So the Akashic record, is it's kind of like a planetary library. So the whole world itself, they have like, if you end up building the site, there'll come a point where when you look at when you open your eye and you look up on the skies, you'll see little flashing light like stars that you see at night, but they're like flashing light. They're like photon energy, and there's this basically grid that's around the earth, and everything that has happened under the sun, under the moon, is registered on the earth, and you have access to that. And that's the same way it is for the sun, Jupiter. Every planetary body has its own Akashic record, and then there's the mother, the main one that is located in the Pleiades. So it's totally different, but it's like a record.
Exactly. See, it's like different libraries. It's like there's a central library, and then there's libraries among, like, we are in the library of Earthbound, or Soul 3. That's what we are, right? So I sound like a crazy person, but I love it. But what we're doing is that we're making sure that we're all talking about the same thing, and I believe we're all talking about the same thing. This is where all of the information is housed. This is where all the universe's information, all the beings that exists and exists now and has ever existed, including yourself. That's where the information is.
Right. And I mean, there's level to it, but that's something literally everyone on the planet can access. And I don't want to go off too far with saying this, but the first level you could say is the one that you get to know about yourself, all other version of yourself from past, future, and you can have access to that. You can have access to like other like people, like you can be in a relationship with somebody like your girlfriend or whatever, and you might end up asking yourself a question like, I wonder, the fact that I love this woman so much and we have such a deep connection, I wonder what life we have lived together. And next thing you know, you go to bed and then you find yourself dreaming about that person in a whole other life, and you have kids and everything. And little that you know, this is literally you accessing the Akashic record and finding about a whole different life that you have lived with that person. Or that person could be the person that killed you, and now you see that you have a good relationship with them. So there's that aspect of it. And then the other one is like, for example, let's use Nikola Tesla as an example. He could access if I'm at the level that I grow spiritually, I could just go and be like, I want to access the knowledge of that Nikola Tesla was able to gain, so I can continue his work. You know what I mean? And it's not easy. It's harder said than how I'm saying it. But what my point is, there's love.
Actually.
Yeah, a real quick point about Nikola Tesla.
Oh.
I didn't know this, but Nikola Tesla used to get his insights from dreams. He used to have a lab, he said, that he set up in the astral, and he would do experiments there and testing, and that's where he got a lot of his ideas from his dreams.
Yes. Okay, so the astral, that's what I'm talking about, man. What's wrong with you people? Okay, it's literally the astral is a portion of the ether, right? Ether, everyone can okay, so like I make a motor and someone else makes a motor on the other side of the world. Same motor, or same concept at least, right? And it's the same thing with our thoughts. It's the same thing with our intentions. Same thing with our intuition, right? It's literally all those things being pulled down into yourself. And then when you are becoming more, when you can see more and feel more, then you will. And then it won't be an issue anymore. Then you won't have to explain anything anymore.
You know what? You know what's crazy, Robin, is like you said, the intuition aspect of it. Like, I don't think people notice how easy that they are accessing the Akashic record without even knowing it. We can have a conversation like we are having right now, and all of a sudden, you just have an answer or an idea that even you wonder to yourself, how did I get that information? Little that you know that you actually just had access to a higher dimensional version of yourself and you just have the download to share that. And it's just that easy.
Correct. Like we have to, you have to understand. Like once you get to a point where you understand there is no time, there is no space. So every dimension bleeds into one another.
Exactly.
So you are yourself on this realm right now physically, but you are also yourself in other dimensions as well. And that's where a lot of people's ideas come from. That's where a lot of their intuition comes from, because it's not just coming out of just thin air. No, you're actually you're actually you're actually realizing or accessing those memories from that said dimension. You're getting messages from those other yous in those dimensions. Because remember, what he's talking about, right? When he said he's able to travel, through space, through time, there's no difference. You understand what I'm saying? That's what he's talking about interdimensional travel. He's talking about being able to touch each and every dimension whenever he sees fit. And we all have the same we all have the same ability, right? And like one said, it's easier said than done, but it can be done. As long as you're aware of it and aware of the fact that you can do it, then that's all you need.
Right.
100%.
Right. Hold on, everybody, because I want to go around and go to other some of the people here. I want to go to Hopi Love. What do you think about what's been said, and what are your ideas where we are right now with the Emerald Tablets?
I think everything everybody's saying is like very informative. I love hearing everybody's different opinions on it. And I just love these tablets. They're beautiful. As always, And I'm glad you're starting to do this, James. It's going to be great.
Yeah, thank you, Hopi Love. Thank you for being here. Always by my side. Always here. You give me a lot of this fire too. You teach me so many things, and thank you too. So I want to go to Sup Walshi, and then Marie, and then Blue, and then we're gonna start Emerald Tablet 2. Same question.
I just I like the way that Toth gives us the emphasis on the knowledge of spiritual growth
Right.
and the alignment. I just think it's very beautiful how he explains it.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Marie?
I think this is like where we get a lot of the movies that come out, I think are like people's remembrance of things or how they're accessing these memories and stuff like that. Like they'll have a dream and they'll be like, "Ooh, I should write a movie about that." I think that's how we're getting a lot of these movies. They're getting that remembrance and they're putting it into the movies, whether they're conscious of it or not. It's a message that's getting out because it's somehow being fed to them somehow in their like dream world or whatever.
Listen, right.
Yes, Mary. You're so right. So, sorry, James. I just wanted to add something
You're
real
cutting
quick
out just a little bit
because
there. Just a little bit cutting out there, real quick. Welcome in, Smart Apps. Go ahead and test your mic one if you don't mind. go ahead and test your mic real quick just to see if do you have reception? Or can we hear you clear? Can you speak one? Oh, I see one bar. Okay, I see you got one bar. Okay, we'll wait. And for a second. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's still a little bit groggy until maybe the bars will change.
Hold on one second. We got it. 1 second.
Yes,
Check.
yes, I hear you. Clear.
Okay. So yeah. No.
Wait.
Is
Wait a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Because
Come on, everyone. Let's do this.
don't try not to unmute, Reverend. Hold on. Let me hear you one.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead and speak. Go ahead and it's still got one bar. I'll let you know. Go ahead if you can reply. I want to hear your reply.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No, I was agreeing with Murray because I can't tell you how many times that I find myself in so many situations where I'm like, oh my gosh, I could write a book or make a movie about this if I had the, opportunity to. Even just yesterday, I find myself in the year 2048 and I am interacting with these people and I'm seeing the way the world is and the new things that are around and everything. And I'm like, what in the world? If I could just give everybody a glimpse of of the things that I'm actually seeing. It's crazy, but what you said made total sense about how, a lot of the stuff that we're seeing are people that are remembering, that are presently experiencing things from other dimension. Even the beings that, aliens that they put in movies like Star Trek or whatever, are things that are actually happening.
Can I say one thing real quick? That 2046. It's like I feel like okay, so like we're not in pods, we're in apartments, but like houses, apartment, like huge apartments, like not huge, but like a good amount, like as if it was a house. But we're free to do what we are supposed to do in this time because there's AI. I don't know if it's AI, but there's something that's there that's allowing us to like sit back and contemplate our existence.
Right.
And that's what you're saying here.
Right. I just want to welcome Smart Apps and go right real quick to Blue, and then Smart Apps. If you guys want to share anything about topics or what's been said or what we're talking about.
I think the Emerald Tablets have been something that I've believed in for a very long time. Like before I even heard about them, I didn't hear about them until here recently. Rumor. But I used to watch the Discovery Channel a lot and moved away from it because it was really starting to get my mind not Christian based. And because all the temples and pyramids, and then to have some actual proof that's even written, even if you date back to however far back to when we've got it into English, that's still dating back further than what they're giving the information out to us, that they have more proof than what they've let on, which at this point we all know there's more proof than what they've let on. But the Emerald Tablets is just that little extra beauty part of it to me. Yeah. What you are asking me.
Yeah. I hear you. Thank you. Thank you for keeping this fire going as I burn some Palo Santo. And Smart Apps, welcome in. You were in here earlier. Much radiance and frequency and peace to you. And is there anything you'd like to share that want to tag along in or piggyback on before we start Emerald Tablet 2?
No, just much gratitude, brother, for giving me the opportunity to be up here with you and discuss the ongoing debate that will come here as we read the second tome. And much gratitude to all brothers and sisters present.
You too. You too. Speaking of two.
Emerald Tablet 2, The Halls of Amenti. Deep in the earth's heart lie the halls of Amenti, far beneath the islands of sunken Atlantis, halls of the dead and halls of the living, bathed in the fire of the infinite all. Far in a past time, lost in the space-time, the children of light look down on the world, see the children of men in their bondage, bound by the force that came from beyond. Knew they that only by freedom from bondage could man ever rise from the earth to the...
No, that's pretty deep right there. So let's study that again. Deep in the earth's heart lie the halls of Amenti, far beneath the islands of sunken Atlantis. So underneath the oceans, I would think, or far beneath the islands of sunken Atlantis, halls of the dead and halls of the living, bathed in the fire of the infinite all. So think about that term, bathed in the fire of the infinite all. Think how deep that is. Bathed in the fire of the infinite all.
Literally describing
Damn
source.
it.
You know, God basically is that infinite eternal energy, and that's where we all come from. That's where we all end up sending each aspects of ourselves to a different dimension, reality, or whatever. But whenever we have to come back, we have to come back to the one being, and that is Prime Creator. So that fire, in the end, that's where we always end up being to bathe in. That's where you find the pure ecstasy, the pure of pureness.
Right. And so, so again, I didn't really this second chapter is really starting to open us up, just from the first words, and you can feel how the literature from the first Emerald Tablet is now kind of revealing a path. And so the halls of Amenti, and so I love how he says this right here: far in a past time, lost in the space time. So far in the past time.
Oh my God. Come on, everyone. Stop it. Stop it. You're immortal. That's what it's saying to you. It's telling you you're immortal, and the energies that you have come to have, all the past lifetimes, you are part of said universal consciousness or God or the source, however you want to call it, right? And you're a, what's it called? A layer, a fractal of said being. And each time you come around, you experience a little bit more. You experience more, and then you experience that. You know what? I'm gonna stop there.
All right. So let's.
You wanted something.
No, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep it going, because I want to repeat that. Far in a past time, lost in the space time, the children of light. So right now, the children of light, to me, they to me feel like some kind of extra, some being that's maybe not like we think it is, but a being that lives forever and is really maybe close to the ancient source as far as formed from the formless being. And so deep in the heart's earth lie the halls of Amenti, far in a past time, lost in a space time, these children of light, right? These beings, let's just say extraterrestrial or beings, look down on the world, see the children of men in their bondage, bound by the force that came from beyond. And so, what does that make me feel like? It makes me feel like those whole stories about how humans were created in the image of
Yeah, Anunnaki. That's what it
the
reminds me of.
and
If I can expand for you, brother.
mhm.
Um,
And you guys,
initially,
real quick, don't try not to talk over each other, Revenants, and anyone else, and try to just mute your mic or flash your mic. I know it's gonna happen anyway sometimes, but just keep it at a minimum. Okay, go ahead, Smart.
yeah, initially, even before the time of Adam and Eve, and before humans as we know them now were begat, there was a species of being that occupied the planet that initially was a part of the signature essence we are now, but they were a very different being, 90% spiritual in makeup and 10% physical. And we've averted to an existence now where we're 90% physical and 10% spiritual, if we're lucky. And this is why the heaviness, the mass, is the focus. The vessel becomes the occupied thought, because it's what constricts now. It is what limits, and what, through these limitations, can guide us back to that proper understanding. Continue on.
All right, y'all. Let's continue on. By the way, real quick shout out. This is Emerald Tablet Tuesdays for everyone who's new. There's 20 people here. Y'all tap the screen. Make sure you send some gifts to all the people you hear in the panel. Make sure you send some love all around the screen. Send some time, frequency, and make sure you do everything from the heart and from the center of your being, and clear the way to the center of your being through Thoth, through these teachings right now, as he explains to us. Far in the past time, the way it's shown, the way I'm perceiving this, is that these beings saw and they looked at us and saw that we were bound by a force that came from beyond. Knew they that only by freedom from bondage could man, blah, 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 to the sun. And so down they descended and created bodies, taking the semblance of men as their own. And so this is what he's saying these children of light did. They, in the beginning, they looked at us, they saw that we were bound maybe from a force beyond, and then they came down to help us. So here we go.
Sun. Down they descended and created bodies, taking the semblance of men as their own. The Master said after their forming, "We are they who were formed from the space dust, partaking of life from the infinite all, living in the world as children of men, like and yet unlike the children of men. Then for a dwelling place, far beneath the earth crust, blasted great spaces they, by their power, spaces apart from the children of men, surrounded them by forces and power, shielded from harm, they the halls of the dead. Side by side then, placed they other spaces, filled them with life and with light from above. Builded they then the halls of Amenti, that they might dwell eternally there, living with life to eternity's end. 32 were there of the children, sons of light, who had come among men, seeking to free from the bondage of darkness those who were bound by the force from beyond. Deep in the halls of life grew a flower, flaming, expanding, driving backward the night. Placed in the center, a ray of great potence, life-giving, light-giving, filling with power all who came near it. Placed they around it thrones, 32, places for each of the children of light, placed so that they were bathed in the radiance, filled with the life from the eternal light.
All right, I just didn't want to I didn't want to go too much further. I did want to stop it ahead of that, but so let's go. Let's start. And welcome in Starseed, Grand Rising. Good to see you, Grand Divine Feelings. Welcome in. You there? Hello, hello. All right, microphone. Just checking with the microphone here. I don't hear you, Starseed. If you're there, do you guys hear her at all?
No, I do not. Hey, sorry. Hey.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you. Hello? I hear you. Welcome in. Okay. So if you guys just mute your mics and we'll continue on. Um, we'll start with smart apps. From what you just heard, I'll give you guys a little refresher. So it's funny. The first thing that stood out in my mind was he said these beings blasted away and created a space in them called the Halls of Amenti. So he's explaining the whole creation of it, which is very interesting, right?
Yeah. Of course, putting the idea toward it being an actual physical place. Amention records are an actual physical location versus the energetical expression, if you will, of the Akashic. Both very similar in purpose by nature of design, although there's a main focus on recording of the physical vestige, of course, in the physical record, and energetical expression, of course, being the Akashic focus.
Right.
You know, one thing I just noticed, this might sound crazy, but it's crazy how that part you just played again shows a similarity of how that event that took place is literally a depiction of what is actually going with us as individuals itself, with our own body. The part that they explain how they blasted space to create the Hall of Amenti and how the seed turned into a flower, flaming back and forth. It is very interesting how that is exactly what you go through. Well, speaking from personal experience, you go through when you actually either having like a Kundalini awakening or having a connection with the light within yourself. It's like the same way inside of you through meditation again, you end up getting that seed inside yourself that once you filled yourself enough with light, that seed in your mind eye grow into a flower, like a lotus flower, like the one I have in my profile picture, and it starts spiraling with the leaves all around spiraling and pictures. I mean, and then the it's like the sun itself you're looking at inside yourself and start flaming with bright lights. And I've just made the connection of how they are referring to this as what's actually happening to the earth itself by those 30 and 2 being children of light. And I'm also noticing the connection of what actually happening to us as individual being as well, which is very interesting because I didn't pick up on that before.
Yep, very interesting. I love how you grew those words right from that light. So let us continue on.
Dang it! You said it. You said it. Damn it! I was gonna tell him how he was channeling his energy from the ether and from the source, and you grew the light. Okay, sorry.
There, time after time, placed they their first created bodies, so that they might be filled with the spirit of life.
Yeah, real quick about like what you were saying too. Now that I forgot, but when like the funny thing when you and you too smart apps when you talk about the energetic correspondence and then the words about how down they descended and created bodies taking the semblance of men as their own. The masters of everything said after their forming, they said, "We are they who were formed from the space dust, partaking of life from the infinite all, living in the world as children of men, like and yet unlike the children of men." So it's very interesting way that when they think about these words, there's so many mysteries, there's so many ways that these words can gravitate into your mind. And then right after that is when he says, "Then for a dwelling place, far beneath the earth crust blasted great spaces they, by their power, spaces apart from the children of men, surrounded them by forces and power, shielded from harm they the halls of the dead. Side by side then placed they other spaces." So it says side by side then they place other spaces. That makes me feel like a parting, and then side by side they filled them with life and with light from above. Builded they then the halls of Amenti. So it almost makes me feel like they got beings that maybe maybe there was let's say an ancient light being, fifth dimensional but 3-dimensional planet that existed from the beginning of time, and they maybe grabbed some eternal light beings, some forms, like one looked like a crustacean, one looked like a shell, one looked like and brought these beings here to exist eternally too. Is what I get. Is what I kind of feel from.
Right, right. And you know what's crazy, James? Again, this might sound far-fetched, but as you're explaining that, how you're telling me they created spaces shielded from harm and death or whatever, and how they have them placed side by side and fill it with light and energy, and to go all the way to the Hall of Amenti. Now, listen to this, right? You have 7 aspects of self that is side by side. And it goes from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, until you get to the hall where the soul reside. And each of these chambers are filled with light. Are you following so far? Because once you
I
get,
am, yes.
because if you pay attention, the root chakra is considered in some religion, not that we're talking about religion, but as far as like Buddha, Krishna, and them, even the Bible, it's considered as hell. Because you have to understand that the root chakra, as far as like, is the part where once you let go
Houses
of,
fear, yes. Sorry.
yeah, it's fine. Once you focus on the root chakra and forget your higher self that is up in the hall of Amenti where source reside, your soul reside, you are become so materialistic that it's almost as if you are living in hell, because you have to remember you're a spiritual being. And once you let that part of yourself be forgotten and focus on that aspect, it's like you are living in the hall of death. But if you let that energy spiral like the snake, like for example in the Bible they say Moses dropped the rod and let it turn into a snake. So what Moses did basically, the rod that he dropped the rod is clear representation of him letting go of the materialistic aspect of life, the greed, the fear, the negative intent and judgment, and all of that, and chose to let that snake be that kundalini energy that goes all the way up to seek knowledge, spirituality, and love.
Yes,
You
that's
getting me?
exactly it, brother. The lower three monadic expression of the chakra wheels are attached to that, the physical expression, that lower vibrational state and mind frame. Whereas the higher set we know to be the ones attached to the esoteric way of thinking, to the ethereal being. So in that way of ascending a ladder, if you will, Jacob's ladder, one can look at it coming from a lower density to the highest density. And that's why within the vessel, as I said, the way it's laid out, that monadic splay of our chakra wheels is in that manner, from the lowest density to the highest density at our crown. Getting back to the side-by-side channels, one, you touched on that really closely. These are halls that are set to the same standard, but yet in different expressions of light. This is why, if they all record all things in existence, say, if we did it from an A to a Z to simplify understanding, each hall had these recordings. What it's doing, much like us that have the 7 energy bodies, these different halls are the recordings of these 7 layers within the creation. So it's like a recipe, if you will. If I wanted to learn how to make Brother One, I would go into the halls, find where he is located, and then laterally moving through these chambers, I would then accrue all the necessary signatures to be able to imbue him into creation.
Right. So
And
I'm
you
not
also
sound.
you also see
Yeah,
that
go ahead, Warren.
being in you, sorry, shit. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Rabanus. Go ahead.
You also see that being within in the astral realm, actually within the 5th or 3rd or 4th dimension. Like when you actually can perceive the density of information when you move to those higher levels, or you climb up that freaking ladder. Now, well, it's not even a ladder; it's like a steps, and then you can pull people up and you can shove people down. It's like steps of like, and it's pretty much like wheels. You're exactly right. So, in those wheels that you see here, the information, the middle is you. You are that middle portion of the intersection of that information here. So, and all the information that's coming in, depending on how many fractals you have, how many friends you have, that is those people take those spaces. It's almost like the chaos. Is it within the 2D realm though? It's within a 2D. Oh my god, I sound like a crazy person. Well, that's the way I experienced it when it first happened, and then I grew above then. But yes, that's the way it looked. It looked like a pinwheel with instead of like a wheel, it had like arrows, and those arrows attached itself to beings, so to speak.
Yeah, no, thanks for your input, Rabas and Smart. I just wanted to make sure what I was saying actually was resonating with you guys instead of feeling like I was just assuming something that is completely not making sense to anybody. But if it does, then I'm at the right place. I'm doing something right.
Right. So let's continue because it's going to get into a description. Now, just like you were saying earlier, I think it was one about the flower. So I'm gonna read it because I can see it pretty clear, and then I'm gonna push play, and it's going to play it. Here comes the building of the halls of Amenti, and what it is. Then for a dwelling place far beneath the earth crust, blasted great spaces they by their power. Spaces apart from the children of men. Thank you, Blue. Surrounded them by forces and power, shielded from harm, they, the halls of the dead. Side by side, then, placed they other spaces, filled them with life and with light from above. Builded they then the halls of Amenti, that they may dwell eternally there, living with life till eternity's end. 32 were there of the children, sons of light, who had come among men, seeking to free from the bondage of darkness those who were bound by the force from beyond. So these beings sit on these thrones, and they incarnate on the surface, on the planet, trying to fight the darkness that came here from the unknown and bounded us to this darkness is what they sing. 32 were there of the children, sons of light, who had come among men, seeking to free from the bondage of darkness those who were bound by the force from beyond. Deep in the halls of life grew a flower, flaming, expanding, driving backwards the night. Placed in the center, a ray of great potence, life-giving, light-giving, filling with power all who came near it. So it feels like you would, like if you stand next to it, it would find you and then start like automatically attracted to you. Life-giving, light-giving, filling with power all who come near it. Placed they around it thrones. Placed they around it, at first I was going to say thorns, but placed they around it thrones. 32 places for each of the children of light. Placed so that they were bathed in the radiance, filled with the life from the eternal light. There, time after time, placed they their first created bodies, so that they might be filled with the spirit of life. 100 years out of each 1,000 must the life-giving light flame forth on their bodies, so quickening and awakening the spirit of life. So that's where it stops on my field of vision right there. But so think about that. There, time and time, they placed their first created bodies so that they might be filled with the spirit of life. 100 years out of each 1,000 must the life-giving light flame on their bodies. So that's 100 years out of each 1,000 is the length it takes for them to keep this eternal life. So here we go. We're about to play it.
100,000 must the life-giving light flame forth on their bodies, quickening, awakening the spirit of life. There in the circle from aeon to aeon sit the great masters, living a life not known among men. There in the halls of life they lie sleeping. Free flows their soul through the bodies of men. Time after time, while their bodies lie sleeping, incarnate they in the bodies of men. teaching and guiding onward and upward out of the darkness into the light.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause right there. Do you guys get an idea of you still feeling it clear, like you understand where the story, what he's saying right now about these beings that sit in the halls of Amenti, and they deep in the halls there grew a flower, placed it around its thrones, and then there time and time placed they their first created bodies. 100 years out of each 1,000 must the life-giving light flame forth on their bodies, quickening, awakening the spirit of life. There, hold on, I'll give you guys a chance to talk. There in the circle, from aeon to aeon, sit the great masters, living a life not known among men. There in the halls of life, they lie sleeping. Free flows their soul through the bodies of men. Time after time, while their bodies lie sleeping, incarnate they in the bodies of men, teaching and guiding onward and upward out of the darkness into the light. There in the hall of life, filled with their wisdom, known not to the races of men, living forever beneath the cold fire of life, lie the children of light.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, we'll start. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we'll start with you. Go ahead, Reverend.
For me, I'm not gonna say obviously, but for me, it's literally you are one of the higher ups, let's say, a supervisor of said information. Like the easiest way to explain it for me would be you are a being that has a higher fractal of the God, right? You are one of those beings, and then each time you go down, each time you incarnate, each time you reincarnate, you get more information. You bring it back, and then you realize that one time that's when you realize that you realized that you were already there, but at the same time you realize that the ether was already among you. It's more like, I wish I could explain it better. I would have to write it down.
I think we all.
I apologize.
Fine. Honestly, you know what I just realized, James? Which is crazy. I didn't pick it up from the past time I've been reading this tablet. Guess who Toph is referring to, saying these people live every 100 years out of 1,000, and they are the masters and all that. Guess who I just noticed they're referring to?
Who's that?
Jesus, Buddha, Krishna.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Prince.
not crazy.
I say Prince. Prince.
They are the real ascended masters that live to the bodies of men, teaching and guiding us into the light.
Right. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so what would an immortal being who's immortal in a universe that's totally comprehensive, it's like a game, what would you do is you would find a planet where you could be like the superhero, and you can go and live in that planet and help these people get out of the bondage of their darkness. You live forever anyway, so now you live amongst these people. You know?
So yeah, pretty much exactly what I was going to try to say. But thank you for reiterating. And
Yeah, that's what
I
you
was
were
go
trying
ahead.
to say.
Yeah,
I could tell.
I was literally, I was like, shit.
Real quick, Yeah, yeah, I see you, I see you, Jennifer, in the comments. And Jennifer, if you want to come back up, just throw up a invite if you want to. If anyone wants to come up, we have Blues just has her second
Right,
account,
right.
so it's just
Teku, sorry, sorry.
huh?
Teku, that's what I was going to say. I know Toph is way older than Jesus. This was before his time, but I'm starting to get the sense that there could be there were before Jesus, there were ascended masters way before him. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Jesus probably is someone that is end up being another member that is added to the list of immortals.
Right. Or he's just the same ancient one that's been,
Right, with a different name.
yeah, with a different name, yeah. He could be Thoth for all we know. That could have been the incarnation of Thoth.
Except the fact that Toph said he only incarnated 3 times as Trish Trismegistus and the other guy. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
also these beings too. Real quick, Rabbit, is like these beings. Go ahead, Rabbit. I still want to go around and get and try to keep that mind frame of what we were just talking about.
no. I want to give my space up to the being that you said you were going to. So I'm going to do that. I've been talking out of turn. I've been way energetic, too energetic for my liking. So I'm going to go ahead and be quiet and sit in the comments.
No, you're fine. You're fine, bro.
You're good, bro. Stick around.
Okay.
Stick around. You're good. You're
Okay.
good. Very good. Very good. And yeah, stick around. So Blue, I'm gonna drop this one real quick. Thank you, and then I'll pick up Jennifer real quick.
Yeah, if anything, I think I should drop down because I've been talking since you started this tablet. I've been the energetic one here.
No, none of you guys. I mean, none of you guys should really. Well, we listen. Everyone do what you want, but I'm just saying, if everything's going smooth. I was planning on stopping at 10, but we didn't start till like 7:30. So I wanted to get a solid 3 hours in anyway. So 10:30, around maybe 10:30, 11, we'll stop. And if you guys gotta go, you gotta go. If not, I just wanted to make sure everyone gets a chance to go around because a lot of us, are asking and seeking. But the ladies here in the room, I just want to say if anyone wants to say or speak anything about to the point where we are. Hey Jennifer, welcome, Jetty.
Thank you. Thank you. And
Yeah.
one, I really love your information that you bring. Can you hear me?
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. That
You're
means a lot.
welcome. You're welcome. It's very enlightening. I love it.
Good. Very much good. Hey y'all, hey Tanya Lynn. Anybody else from the lady side? You guys anything about where we are right now? Have any input about this this energy, this Halls of Amenti? We're on Emerald Tablets 2, y'all. We're going to 11:30. So if you guys just coming in the room, tap the screen, support the stream. We're doing this once a week only. So every Tuesdays, Emerald Tablet Tuesdays. Contribute to the streams, guys, the best you can. We're only doing this, like I said, one time a week. But we're keeping this energy going. We got a lot of beautiful minds here who are seekers of the light, as these Emerald Tablets vibrate all night throughout our bodies made of light. Right now, we're going back into the halls of Amenti. Blue, is there anything you'd like to share?
I do believe we are so close now already, just as the human race right here in our date and time of being able to recreate the ability to, oh my goodness, my head just went blank. No, I'm good.
Good. All right, y'all. So let us expand our journey and listen some more right now. For all who are new here, hi Drea. Thank you for the gifts. Oh, that's beautiful, girl. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. Show the love, show your support. Make yourself seen because you all are here, and we all reflections of light, and we all here together from whatever part of the universe we come from, we found each other. And so support each other, tap the screen, do what you can, share the live, and keep this moment, keep this knowledge flowing for all who want to hear, as we have been deciphering the Emerald Tablets and the story of Thoth, or Thoth, whatever you want to call them. We're on Emerald Tablet 2. He's talking about the halls of Amenti. And he's talking about how these beings came in ancient times, saw that men and humans were in bondage by a force from beyond, and then decided to come here and live amongst us and to help us grow into our mastery of ourselves, and to help us evolve out of that wheel upon which they are beyond life and death. These beings are timeless. And what would a timeless being, eternal being do but see an adventure out of this and come here and sit for 6 billion years, or you know what I mean? Time is meaningless. These beings are that. Again, thank you again. Thank you, Drea, for that love. Thank you. So anyway, we're at the point now where this is Emerald Tablets 2. I see you, Tammy, and thank you guys for being here again. He's talking about deep in the halls of life grew a flower, flaming, expanding, driving backwards the night. Placed in the center a great ray of potence, life-giving, light-giving, filling all who came near it with power. So placed they around it thrones, 32, placed for each of the children of light. So these beings came here, and what we're just going through and finishing up is that these beings are incarnating from the Emerald Tablets. The way its description is that there's a place under earth where these immortal beings exist, and they are men but not like us, and they are incarnating every 100 times per 1,000 years, but they decide to try to help guide us towards the light. So we're going to turn on these tablets once again. Thank you guys for everything that you do, all the energy you bring here.
There in the hall of life, filled with their wisdom, known not to the races of man.
Did you want to say something, Blue, real quick?
That was it, the word incarnating. We're so close to cloning, incarnating, and, that today with AI and such. Yeah, so that's what I was trying to say a while ago.
All right. Let's go.
Forever beneath the cold fire of life sit the children of light. Times there are when they awaken, come from the depths to be lights among men, infinite they among finite. He who, by progress, has grown from the darkness, lifted himself from the night into light. Free is he made of the halls of Amenti, free of the flower of light and of life. Guided he then, by wisdom and knowledge, passes from man to the master of life. There he may dwell as one with the masters, free from the bonds of the darkness of night. Seated within the flower of radiance sit 7 lords from the space-time above us.
All right, so I just want to stop it right there and give a little shape to that. So basically we have an image of these beings time and time again while their bodies lie sleeping, incarnate they in the bodies of men, teaching and guiding onward and upward out of the darkness into the light. There in the halls of life, filled with their wisdom, known not to the races of man, living forever beneath the cold fire of life, sit the children of light. Times there are when they awaken, come from the depths of the light to live in men, infinite they amongst the finite. He who by progress has grown from the darkness, lifted himself from the night. So he who has by his own progress has grown from the darkness, lifted himself from the night into light, free is he made of the halls of Amenti, free of the flower of light and the life. Guided he then by wisdom and knowledge, he passes from man to the master of life. There he may dwell as one with the masters, free from the bonds of the darkness of night.
Okay, James. Jesus. Okay, so I'm not sure if anyone else realizes how we experience this existence. We have a higher self, right? Higher self we can sit upon on top of our heads and get out of our own bodies, right? Check it out. They were talking about the pods that we get to sleep in. And then we transfer ourselves down to a lower dimension to these beings, these little little things. These are us, pretty much, right? And when you do that, you gather the information that you wanted to gather, the experience points. It's like a video game. It's like putting on a VR headset. That, to me, is what that portion of that tablet is about.
Unbelievable. Nice. Unbelievable.
I can talk.
Yeah. Everybody mute up.
I can talk.
Yes, sir. Hello. Yes, sir. I hear you.
Again, James, like I've said earlier, they are keep on resonating with the same thing that I thought at first they were referring to, but then again, they just mention it again with the seven Lord reside in seven throne, coming out of the darkness into the light, guiding us from darkness into the light. Again, the seven, I'm going to say it again, is what I truly believe it represents. The seven seals that you hear about in the book of Revelation in the Bible is the seven that Toph is also referring to as that. If you go, and again, I'm sorry, I'm not a religious guy, but I read all type of materials, and the Bible is one of them because that's a book of spirit to me. And that's in the book of Revelation. They talk about there are seven seals that men are not be able to open. But guess what? A spiritual being, a child of light, a man who have come from the depth of darkness and find himself and turn into the light is able to open those seals.
That's right.
So again, the seven masters that each place in each seals are defined as what they do, and I'm sure you're gonna get to it. Like number three, the one that hold the key to darkness. Number eight, number seven that has the key of time and space. Number eight, the master of space and time. Number nine, who's the father, and father is number nine. Number nine represents consciousness. Number nine is the father, the I am, the pineal gland, temple place that the light reside. Again.
Wow. That's amazing. It's left for us like hidden in plain sight.
Right, bro. It's like the problem is I notice people tend to put the words that they hear, and I'm sorry, I don't want to sound judgmental, but let me say we, because I am still working on that myself. We tend to put the words that we hear on certain materials that we read, especially something that is written by spirits, by ascended masters, in a third dimensional form where that being is not speaking to us on a third dimensional level. So every time that we're going to tend to view the meaning of such um, transcripts, such materials in that form, we're never really gonna get the depth of it. We might find some little meaning, but the true core of it is still going to be hard. Because again, as I'm reading this, the one thing that keep coming to mind is seven seals, revelation, chakras,
Right.
Ungoyana, Chido, Simvita, Urartal, Ardal. And I'm just like,
In Guyana.
yeah. So it's
Guyana.
you got you all I can say is I think it's starting to be clear that for us to get to the core of this, we have to do our best to view this more than just literal writing. It's like
Yeah.
somebody's telling you, this is let's go shoot the bull, and you're thinking about going to actually shoot the bull when the way it's just a say that
Yeah.
means something completely different.
Right. Absolutely. And that's the beauty of Thoth's words, is that they leave almost like infinite space that still connects you. You know what I mean?
Really.
All right, let's keep it going, y'all. Let's keep going. So we were just talking about he who by has progress has grown from the darkness, lifted himself from the. And if you guys want to say something, just remember you can flash your microphones if you want to. If I don't want to miss anyone who has any epiphanies or any information you guys want to jump in. So and I'll find you and I'll hear you if you unmute. But he who by progress has grown from the darkness, lifted himself from the night into light. Free is he made of the halls of Amenti, free of the flower. Was that you, Walshy?
It's me. Can you repeat what you just read just now, please?
Okay.
He that just free himself from. Oh my God.
Yeah, we're free. We have the halls. We probably go there and don't even realize it. But he who by progress he or she who has by progress has grown from the darkness, lifted himself from the night into the light. Free is he made of the halls of Amenti, free of the flower of light and of life. Guided he then by wisdom and knowledge, passes from man to the master of life. Guided he then by wisdom and knowledge, passes from man to the master of life. I read that sentence twice and it still sounded like good. There he may dwell as one with the masters, free from the bonds of the darkness of night. Free from the darkness of night, from the darkness of death. From death. Free from the darkness of night and life, the fake life. Seated within the flower of radiance sit seven lords from the time space above us, helping and guiding through infinite wisdom the pathway through time of the children of men. So that's why these beings are so powerful, these seven, right? Mighty and strange they, veiled with their power, silent, all-knowing, drawing life force, different yet one with the children of men. So before I push play, go ahead.
You just hear that? Silence.
Yeah.
Silence. They are
Wow.
different yet one with the children of men. Okay? They
We're all
are
the same.
different, but they are connected to us through the seven. They are silenced, but yet their presence is still known through us from the seven,
Oh,
from the
we're all the same though.
chakra,
Also,
from this. Oh
one.
my God. Huh?
everything. We're all the same. We are the same beings. Literally, we can like do the things that our ascended masters done. We are literally
Right,
the
right.
beings.
No, it's I agree with you because we're all one. That I totally 100% agree with you. But there's one piece that I want to let you be aware of because later on in the tablet, even the Lord of the Fire is also going to tell Tough. He told Tough, listen, you see the path that you are going through. You see all that you've achieved, you have yet to know that you have another versions of yourself that is on a much higher level of accomplishment than you. Meaning, yes, I am them. They are me in some shape or form. I am connected to them because we are one. But the reality is my individual progress and achievement, my unique
Bruh.
and journey is the only thing that makes the difference.
Where do you think where we get our intuition from? Where do you think we are literally those same? We are okay. So all those other timelines and all those other facets of reality, those other renderings of our reality, right? It's literally all happening at the same exact time. You people, okay. When you think about time, you think about it like linear, like a ribbon. It's not a ribbon, it's a globe. It's literally you picking out a star in the sky, and that is your life. That whole life. And you can live it all at once if you want to. All the light can come to you. Or you just have one. I'm saying it's all the knowledge that you've always had. Well, I'm sorry. All the knowledge that you have, you've always had. And you have more even then. There you go.
Robert, I get what you're saying. Let me put it in a different way for you. All that I'm experiencing, of course, there's another aspect of me that already experienced it. They already experienced it. I have all the knowledge. I get it. But wouldn't it be boring if I come back to this game and play it, knowing all the answers because I already gone through it already? Yes, it will be super boring. So tomorrow morning, if I'm aware that I'm going to the store and there's 3 doors that I have to gain access to, but I have to choose one. If I already know what's inside door A and door B, I'm not going to go inside those door again. I'm going to choose C because C is a new experience that I will want to uniquely go for myself, is what I'm saying. So, yes, we are one.
Exactly.
That's okay. So, okay, you
Yeah,
go.
that's why we have contracts. That's why we come here
All right.
each time. Yeah. Awesome.
All right.
Yes.
So
100%.
does anyone else real quick want to chime in about the halls of Amenti, the topic we're on right now, with these and now he's talking about the 7 beings. For those who are new here, who just joined in, who are silent, all knowing. And I saw the one interesting was it says drawing the life force. So here we go.
Helping and guiding through infinite wisdom, a pathway through the time of the children of men. Mighty and strange they, veiled with their power, silent, all-knowing, drawing the life force, different yet one with the children of men. I, different and yet one with the children of light. Custodians and watchers of the force.
So that was different too. So not only are they're all knowing, drawing the life force, different yet one with the children of men. And then it says, different and yet one with the children of light. Different and yet one, with the children of light, and different yet one with the children of men. Isn't that interesting?
Yes. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, but yes, I get it.
Yeah, custodians and watchers of the force of man's bondage, ready to loose when the light has been reached. So here we go.
Man's bondage, ready to loose when the light has been reached. First and most mighty sits the veiled presence, Lord of Lords, the infinite nine, over the others from each cosmic cycle, weighing and watching the progress of men.
So that image right there of the seven, okay? He says, first and most mighty sits the veiled presence, Lord of light, Lord of lords, the infinite nine, over the others from each cosmic cycle, weighing and watching the progress of men. Then he says, under he sits the lords of the cycles, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, and then so under he sits the Lord of the cycles, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we went from 7, right? Mighty and strange, veiled with their power, silent, all-knowing, drawing the life force, right? Seated within the flower of radiance sits 7 lords from space-time above us, helping and guiding. Then it says, this is where I think it might get confusing, and I want you guys to input real quick what you think this means. So we got 7, okay, seated within the flower of radiance sit 7 lords from the space-time above us. So it could be like a multi-dimensional space in the center of this eternal flame that is positioned, seated within the flower of radiance sit 7 lords from space-time above us, helping and guiding. Then it says, custodians and watchers of the force of man's bondage, ready to loose when the light has been reached. First and most mighty sits the veiled presence, Lord of the lords, the infinite nine, over the others of each of the cosmic cycle, weighing and watching the progress of men. So do you guys have any? Go ahead.
Stop it. That's us, pretty much. It's literally, we're the lower tier of ascended masters. We're trying to get there, right? That's literally what we're trying to do here. We're trying to elevate ourselves. We're trying to ascend, right? And when you have that ascension process in mind, there's custodians above us, beings, freaking deities, right? That will help us, guide us, to become more. Not, obviously, there's God, obviously, but, deities also, beings like your ancestors, they're super strong, super old, and they know their way around their freaking other realms. And one other thing is that there are pocket dimensions that we get to have a hold of when we go over to the other side. Like, there's Christianity, so there's that pocket dimension to heaven, right? That pocket dimension. It's not the fifth dimension. It's not the whole thing. It's a pocket dimension. You get a key because you went to church. I'm just gonna say that. Okay? You get a key because you went to mosque. Okay? To that pocket dimension. You get your 72 virgins, which is retarded. Why would you need a virgin when you don't have a body? It doesn't matter. It's like, why would you want a whole bunch of anyways. Bunch of random humans around you. Sorry, okay, I'm glad I'm done, please.
The 9 was in reference to a council that, in that sense of what we would consider extraterrestrial life, one could say that, yes, those would be this because they've never been human. Those of the Council of 9. Now, the 7, those that sit on the petals of the flower of lotus there, I believe this is in reference to the progenitors that have come here. Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, Krishna, etc. The 7 main progenitors that came with the messages that unfortunately were misconstrued then and turned into religion. But those 7 were of the light and were the children that were born
Oh, yeah.
into the manifestation.
Interesting.
Cute. That's what I was trying to say earlier, Smart Hub. So I'm glad you clarified that. And James, can you do me a small favor? The first part of what you just read, when you were speaking of the 7, before you go to the next one, can you repeat it for me again, please?
Okay. Yeah, most kindly. Seated within the flower of radiance sit 7 lords from the space-time above us, helping and guiding through infinite wisdom the pathway through time of the children of men.
Okay, stop right there. So basically, from what I'm getting, those 7 that are helping and guiding us are literally, I can speak it into form the way that Smart I've just explained, and then another way I could add to it again is through meditation. They are there to guide you in each chamber, because it says 7 and they make it very specific to tell you flowers. And how is the chakras depicted? Each of them are depicted as flowers. And as you know, every single one of them has a way for you to overcome it to get to the next one until you get to the Father. So I believe that they are each there to help guide you to the 9.
Okay. Right.
You get where I'm coming from? That's the first part. But on the second one, if you continue to read, I think it says something completely different. So that's why I want to
Right.
add
Yeah,
something
that's what I
else to
was
that.
getting at too. Okay, so after the 7, okay, then I'm just gonna read. Hold on real quick. I should put the lotus flower. Seated within the flower of radiance sit 7 lords from the space-time above us, helping and guiding through infinite wisdom the pathway through the time of the children of men. Mighty and strange they, veiled with their power, silent, all-knowing, drawing the life force, different yet one with the children of men. Aye, different yet one with the children of light. Custodians and watchers of the force of man's bondage, ready to loosen it when the light has been reached. First and most mighty sits the veiled presence, Lord of Lords, the infinite 9, over the others from each cosmic cycle, weighing and watching the progress of men. Under he sits the lords of the cycles, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, each with his mission, each with his power, guiding, directing the destiny of man. There they sit, mighty and potent, free of all time and space, not of this world, they, yet akin to it, elder brothers they of the children of men. Oh, go ahead. 1.
I'd like to say one. Sorry, one. Please.
I saw his mic was off. 1, you there? Oh, I like that picture, Blue. That is sweet. All right.
Yeah, that's what it looks
then-
like. It's literally what it looks like. Well, close. Very close.
All right, you guys, did you want to share anything, Ravenous?
I did want to say something. I would like to ask the panel a question. How many people here know if they even have an ability? Like, if they know for a fact it's been validated, either through pictures or another person or just,
Well,
energy levels.
real quick, anybody want to respond? It depends on what type of abilities that you're referring to. If you're speaking in general, I think that's something that we all have. Whether it's clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentient, that's also an ability, and I think all of us have that. And that's clearly something that's verified by just yourself and your experience.
Lovely. That is true.
All right, is anybody else want to share, or anybody else smart apps?
Yeah, I'm grateful to have been gifted more than one ability. Is there a specific question you have, brother?
You're talking to the ravenous, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Now, I've always had the ability to leave my body, right? Whether it's through remote location or going to the astral projection, astral realm. It's been intense for the last month and a half. Very, very intense. And I'm not sure what to make of it. I'm getting a lot of information at once. It's great. I want to know if anyone else is, whether it's clairaudience, clairvoyance, or even freaking, was it the nose one? Where you could smell another reality.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Well, the clairs are your early imbuements. Usually, that realization of gifts that you'll have will be your clairs. Those will lend way eventually and evolve themselves into kinetic ability. Now you may have pyrokinetics, telekinetics, etc. The field amplifies, and you can have greater expression of that ability itself within whatever field the gift itself applies. Back to the original statement that you had made about the out-of-body experience, and being so grateful for the volumes that you receive. I also understand the uncomfortability that you're experiencing in the moment is just also do the same thing that you're grateful for. That torrent of information that's coming at you, although so welcome because you try to sponge as much of it as you can, it's overwhelming because the speed at which it hits. That is kind of half the sun's fault right now. I mean, you're doing you, and that's no different than what you've always done.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's these extra pulse waves that are coming off of the sun that are amplifying things. When we're out of body, this has a direct influx within that field, and will be realized within whatever potential it is that you're after. And since yours is informational, you'll be deluged with so much of it because there's a saturation right now of all arrays, right? Everything's at maximum solar max, as they call it. In that, understand that a normal sun ray has a polarity to it where it will be saturated with one hue more than others within that ray. What's happening here is it's condensing so that you're getting a greater expression of light within a shorter amount of ray. So it's hitting you just hard and heavy. Try to stick with it the best you can. Maybe shorter trips, more frequent. Try that.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you mean by condensing it. You know what the weird thing is? Is that I always wanted to do telekinesis, right? And I finally got some freaking like tinfoil. I was like, you know what? I know what energy manipulation is. It exists. I can heal myself. I can push out my energy. I can make a shield. Let me see if it actually it works. Bruh. Get some tinfoil, make it into a vector shape, or a book shape, you know, and then push your energy towards it. It works, dude. It's so fucking cool when it actually happens. I'm gonna record it next time. Sorry.
I teach my kids how to do like when I'm burning an incense, I teach them how to throw their energy towards the incense to shift the smoke. And it's really cool because they're starting to get it and they're starting to understand how to do this and how to manipulate using their own energy. It's cool to do.
Yeah, we used to
And
do
as
it
kids,
as kids.
yeah, as kids, it's so much easier for them because they don't have that part of them that says, nah, that's impossible. You can't do that. Like to them, it's like they're open to it and they're willing to try it.
Yeah. So one thing I'll say is one uh, I'm experiencing that same type of dreams that you're experiencing, Rabba. And one thing I've come to notice, because the out of bodies experience, I feel it's almost as if that I'm not even in this body anymore. I'm so connected to wherever I am that sometimes I'll completely lose track that I left my body on earth here, and I'll have moment where I am having so much fun with nature that I will play with the trees, like kind of like I will wave my hand left and right and make him like move and stuff. And then when I come back here on Earth and try it, I notice that I can actually do it. So I think those abilities are growing, and I think like Smart Apps has said, it's something. It definitely has something to do with the sun, because even the past couple days, the dreams that I'm having, like, are super clear, vivid. I can smell, I can feel, I can touch. And again, I spend so much time in the dream that I sometimes I wonder, okay, did I just ascend? Am I ascending now? Um, am I gonna get all the memories from the current world that I'm in throughout the day or something? Because I think I spend so much time in the world that I'm in that I will have thoughts like that, which is crazy. And then when I'll come back, if I'm meditating, I don't know if you ever experienced that, like through meditation, you're not even sleeping, and while your eyes is closed, you start seeing like faces, almost as if when you have a book in your hand and you're flipping the pages, and faces keep coming. It's almost as if you're watching a movie, and those are happening much more frequent, to the point where if I close my eyes right now, within like 1 minute, the images start coming through, whether it's that or symbols or trees or animals or like stars and planets. And I'll notice if I stay focused on it, then I'll fall asleep and actually get more in depth information about what I'm saying. But yeah, it's been super intense. Guys, are you guys here? You guys hear me? Hello?
Shoot, I was talking and dang it. Okay, sorry.
Oh, let me share with you guys a lullaby experience I had a few days ago. Because it's funny what Smart Apps was saying with the sun, and you guys were talking about it. So a few days ago, I don't have out of body experiences often anymore. I mean, I might have them once every month or so, one a month or two a month maybe. So this was pretty exciting for me. So a few days ago, I woke up totally conscious at night, hovering outside my friend Peter's house in his backyard. And I was conscious and I was very surprised, but I was happy that I was conscious. And I was floating there in the sky, and I looked up at the stars. And when I studied the stars, what I noticed is that I was looking at different constellations that are familiar to us. And then for some reason, there was new constellations that were added to each of the old constellations. And all the new constellations that were added to the old had their names kind of written in light upon the sky. And so I could tune in and see all these new constellations that were added to our normal zodiac. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. And then I started flying around, and I just enjoying the flying feeling, and I kind of lost control a little bit. And I noticed that in order for me to control myself, I had to be steady in my emotions and then as I would be still in the air, I would feel like a platform. It felt like I was standing on something invisible that was helping me balance myself. There's 3 lights appearing in the sky right now as I'm talking. And so after that, right, I was still like right at Peter's house, and I was looking at his house, and I noticed that his house was different. The back patio is normally a raised patio, but now in this experience, it was just a ground and the door connected to the house. And so I was thinking about Peter and his wife, and they're all sleeping in the house. So I extended my arms and started breathing light, and then this golden light surrounded me and started shining down into the house. And then I got feel like I was gonna wake up, so I better look for my body. And I thought I was sitting on the back of his in the backyard meditating somewhere in the dark. So I went looking for my body, and then I found my body sleeping, and then I opened my eyes. And so after that, I recorded that experience, right? Remember the floating in the air and projecting that golden light. So then I fall back asleep, and I wake up in a mall, fully conscious again. And I'm walking around this mall, and all of a sudden there's a group of 2 ETs wearing coats, quite normally walking around this mall, come up to me, and they said they're looking for Nebula, who was on TikTok, like Nebula, who calls ETs and has experiences and stuff, and she's a TikTok friend of ours. And I was like, oh, I know Nebula. Let me call her real quick. And I was like, okay, can you call her? Because she's supposed to she's supposed to call us home so that we can go home. And there's a whole group of us waiting. I was like, okay, where are you guys at? And a hole opened in the floor, and I jumped down that hole and did like a U or a J, and then came up floating in the middle of a room surrounded by all these different ETs who were all paired up, all looking different, but wearing clothes, like wearing like different society clothing. And the first thing I thought about while I'm floating in the air there was shining that light. So I started breathing that love and shining that same light I did at Peter's and that experience that same night, doing it again in this room full of ETs, and they all started cheering and they all started getting excited. And then Nebula came and started singing, and they started disappearing like zoom, zoom, going to their star homes. And then after this, we start walking away, and it's me, Nebula, someone else, and this other being that's ET. And he says to us, as we get into like this vehicle, would you guys like to know where you come from in the stars? And they were like, yeah. So he told Nebula, and he told this other person, and he came to me, and he goes, would you like to know where you come from? I'm like, sure. Next thing you know, he says, oh, you're kind of tricky. I got to figure this one out. And he says, do you choose Spider-Man or Magneto? And I said, Spider-Man. And then he goes, you come from the Tiger's Eye constellation. And at the moment he said tiger's eye, I noticed I had tiger's eye on my third eye, like a tiger's eye gemstone. And I was like, oh, what a coincidence. Tiger's eye on my third eye, and you saying I'm from the tiger's eye. Then I woke up, and then that was a few days ago, and then I researched the tiger's eye constellation, and I actually found it. I never knew it existed, and this is what the tiger's eye constellation looks like.
Is that Andromeda? Is that Andromeda?
That's called the tiger. I don't know. It's called the tiger's eye constellation.
No, like the galaxy. It looks like Andromeda. Our sister galaxy.
The main purpose is like what Smart Taps was saying. Maybe there's something eternally with the sun, because whenever I feel solar powered, I feel like liberated, like a flame, So just thought I'd share my last out-of-body experience with you guys before we start this again. We probably got about another half hour or so. So before we start again, you guys ready? Anybody want to say anything before we go or comment on that experience I just spoke about?
Yeah, it was good night. I didn't know you were still going, but yeah, thanks everybody. Have a great night. This was fun. I'll see you guys again, most likely next Tuesday or whenever Jim comes on, if I'm online. But this was great. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you as always. Thank you. All right, y'all. So we've been here for 3 hours now, which is about the time I wanted to allow. We're on chapter 2 still, Emerald Tablet 2. Do you guys want to go on and finish this, or do you want to end it now? It's a choose your own adventure live.
It's up
Like
to
to
you.
finish it.
Okay.
We're holding 20, I'd say finish.
Okay. All right. You guys have spoken. The seven have spoken. 7 boxes.
Under he sit the lords of the cycles, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, each with his mission, each with his power, guiding, directing the destiny of man. There sit they, mighty and potent, free of all time and space, not of this world, they, yet akin to it, elder brothers they, of the children of men. Judging and weighing, they with their wisdom, watching the progress light among men. There before them was I led by the dweller, watched him blend with one from above. Then from he came forth a voice saying, Great art thou, Thoth, among children of men. Free henceforth of the halls of Amenti, master of life among children of men. Taste not of death, except as thou will it. Drink thou of life to eternity's end. Henceforth forever is life, thine for the taking. Henceforth is death at the call of thy hand. Dwell here or leave here when thou desireth. Free is Amenti to the Son of Man. Take thou up life in what form thou desireth. Children of the light that has grown among men. Choose thou thy work, for all souls must labor. Never be free from the pathway of light. One step thou hast gained on the long pathway upward. Infinite now is the mountain of light. Each step thou taketh but heightens the mountain. All of thy progress but lengthens the goal. Approach ye ever the infinite wisdom. Ever before thee recedes the goal. Free are ye, made now of the halls of Amenti, to walk hand in hand with the lords of the world, one in one purpose, working together, bringers of light to the children of men. Then from his throne came one of the masters, taking my hand and leading me onward through all the halls of the deep hidden land.
Okay, so so right now he's telling us about how he attained his, I guess his immortality, so to speak. Um, and he's about to talk to us when they take him through the dark passage. Downward he led me into the hall where sits the dark death. Vast as space lay the great hall before me, walled by darkness, but yet filled with light. So you envision a room that's vastness of all space, yet walled by darkness, yet filled with light. So that's amazing to think about, like in this darkness, and is the light too. And so this being, before me arose a great throne of darkness, veiled on it, seating a figure of night. Darker than darkness sat the great figure, dark with a darkness not of the night. So that right there makes me think that it's a darkness that is not of like a negative night, like perhaps. That's just one of my thought seeds about that. So before me arose a great throne of darkness, veiled on it, seated a figure of night. Darker than darkness sat the great figure, dark with a darkness not of the night. Before it then paused the master, speaking the word that brings about life, saying, O master of darkness, guide of the way from life unto life, before thee I bring a brother of touch him not ever with the power of night. Call not his flame to the darkness of night. Know him and see him, one of our brothers. So this is what happens. Here we go.
Led he me through the halls of Amenti, showing the mysteries that are known not to man. Through the dark passage, downward he led me into the hall where sits the dark death. Vast as space lay the great hall before me, walled by darkness, but yet filled with light. Before me arose a great throne of darkness, veiled on it, seated a figure of night. Darker than darkness sat the great figure, dark with a darkness not of the night. Before it then paused the master, speaking the word that brings about life, saying, O master of darkness, guide of the way from life unto life, before thee I bring a son of the morning. Touch him not ever with the power of night. Call not his flame to the darkness of night. Know him and see him, one of our brothers, lifted from darkness into the night. Know him and see him, one of our brothers, lifted from darkness into the light. Release thou his flame from its bondage. Free let it flame through the darkness of night. Raised then the hand of the figure, forth came a flame that grew clear and bright. Rolled back swiftly the curtain of darkness, unveiled the hall from the darkness of night. Then grew in the great space before me, flame after flame, from the veil of the night. Uncounted millions leaped they before me, some flaming forth as flowers of fire. Others there were that shed a dim radiance, glowing but faintly from out of the night. Some there were that faded swiftly, others that grew from a small spark of light. each surrounded by its dim veil of darkness, yet flaming with the light that could never be quenched. Coming and going like fireflies in springtime, filled they the space with light and with life. Then spoke a voice mighty and solemn, saying, "These are lights that are souls among men, growing and fading, existing forever, changing yet living through death into life. When they have bloomed into flower, reached the zenith of growth in their life, swiftly then send I my veil of darkness, shrouding and changing to new forms of life. Steadily upward throughout the ages, growing, expanding into yet greater flame, lighting the darkness with yet greater power, quenched yet unquenched by the veil of the night. So grows the soul of man ever upward, quenched yet unquenched by the darkness of night. I, death, come, and yet I remain not, for the life eternal exists in the all. Only an obstacle, I, in the pathway, quick to be conquered by the infinite light. Awaken, O flame that burns ever inward, flame forth and conquer the veil of the night." Then in the midst of the flames in the darkness grew there one that drove forth the night, flaming, expanding, ever brighter, until at last it was nothing but light. Then spoke my guide, the voice of the Master. See your own.
See, right there, he gave him a vision of there in the midst of the flames in the darkness, grew there one that drove forth the night, flaming, expanding, even brighter, until at last there was nothing but light. I think that's a beautiful vision for our minds to feel. You know, Thoth is in this room with this being that's explaining to him, like to me, it felt like he was like a gardener, Death, like this Death being was a gardener, and when the flower reaches its potential in that life, it prunes it so that it can grow again and be, a different light, a different flower, and then but he reveals to him that in the pathway, quick to be darkness is quick to be conquered by the infinite light. Awaken, O flame that burns ever inward, flame forth and conquer the veil of the night. And then after that is when he opened his hand and grew there one who drove out the night, flaming and expanding, brighter and brighter until there was nothing but light. So this being actually showed Thoth a vision or of a being conquering darkness easily, and therefore being all of a sudden there was nothing but light. So here we go.
Soul as it grows in the light, free now forever from the Lord of the night. Forward he led me through many great spaces, filled with the mysteries of the children of light, mysteries that man may never yet know of until he too is a son of the light. Backward then he led me into the light of the hall of the light. Knelt I then before.
So he's saying right now he went to another room backwards. He had to walk into this room, or go into this room, it feels to me, because the light was so powerful that it enveloped him. As he walked backwards into this light, into this room, he then knelt while he was backwards in the light.
The great masters, Lord of all, from the cycles above. Spoke he then with words of great power, saying, Thou hast been made free of the halls of Amenti. Choose thou thy work among the children of men. Then spoke I, O great master, let me be a teacher of men, leading them onward and upward until they too are lights among men, freed from the veil of the night that surrounds them, flaming with light that shall shine among men. Spoke to me then the voice, Go as ye will. So be it decreed. Master are ye of your destiny. Free to take or reject at will. Take ye the power, take ye the wisdom. Shine as a light among the children of men. Upward then, led me the dweller. Dwelt I again among children of men, teaching and showing some of my wisdom. Son of the light, a fire among men. Now again I tread the path downward, seeking the light in the darkness of night. Hold ye and keep ye, preserve my record. Guide shall it be to the children of men.
All right, y'all.
Emerald Tablet 3, the key of wisdom.
Oh, don't you guys want to go? Don't you want to keep going?
Doesn't sound quite like the darkness and night being like death and reincarnation and forgetting and remembrance, and by the time you're capable of reaching the utopia of, oh, hey, this is what it's about, well, now you got to restart.
Yeah, right. Right, and like he even said it himself. This mountain, the mountain starts growing as you keep climbing. You know.
There was a little symbology given there, in case we didn't catch it. As he had knelt down, he knelt away from Source, right?
Right.
Instead of toward. To kneel toward is paying homage to give succession toward something being higher, greater, wiser. Him kneeling away from was him showing equation, him saying, I am the same.
Wow. Ooh, that.
Nice. That was good. Smart apps, or he didn't want to be recycled this time around. There's also that. He didn't want to be recycled.
I like the way he said. Like the way he said too. Like when he was coming in, he led him to a room that the light was so bright. He entered it backwards. You know, and as he entered it backwards, he knelt because he already knew. It's so interesting. But so basically, guys, he's given us the keys to immortality, an adventure, so to speak, for yourself to travel to when you're out of the body, to go to this place and to bathe and at least now, you know, even in our brains, we have a place that is created by these tablets. If you really think about it, because you never hear about this stuff. Like whoever thinks. Like, you think of immortality, but I've never thought of actually attaining immortality by being around something. I always thought that, you know, we had to strive for it inwardly, which may be true too, but it's telling you to go like that's just funny because we go to sleep and we leave our bodies and we fall asleep and then we come back rejuvenated. And it's basically the same thing that perhaps we're doing that right now, for all we know. Like, I used to always think that we always maybe travel to our highest dimension and then get rejuvenated from that dimension. Then we don't remember any of it, but then we come back and start dreaming, and it's like next thing you know, 6 hours went by, and you wake up rejuvenated. You don't feel like sleeping no more. You have that life force. But imagine a place to go to in your dreams and to get not just life from day to day, but get eternal life. And then, just a whole different ball game.
Yeah, that's the seeking of the eternality for the vessel, is what they're doing. In that speak of, for instance, the spending 100 years of 1,000 to ensure that continuation. That's what's happening, because the essence itself, the God spark that we are, that is eternal, regardless.
Right.
The eternality that they're trying to attain is for the vessel. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that's what they did in Atlantis. That's for many years, it was actually a civilization that had access to this. Like they were, it was like school, and they lived for aeons. Since the Earth is so ancient, the Earth remembers all of this stuff that whether it's real or you take it as literal, or if you think of it as entertainment purposes. It's all just information and knowledge, and all it does is expands our minds to something even greater than what the world has infringed upon us.
Yes, indeed. The lifespan in our observation of years of the Fadisol was thousands of years, thousands and tens of thousands of years, incredulous amounts of time, as far as we would consider a lifetime. Now, I'm not sure of the nature of unadjusted sapient, unimpeded genetically, if you will, how their lifespan goes. But I do know, since the genetics were brought into our pool from the Fadisol, it gave potential toward 1,000-year lifespan for a human. We have a potential, if these telomeres weren't capped, to live 1,000 years. When some of these books of antiquity that are religious leaning talk about some of these people living to be 100 years, it obviously can't be merely due some misconstrued observation of time, a calendrical difference, if you will, because there's nothing that would be that grand that would show that vast a difference in observation. So Moses, living 800 and some years, this was quite literal. We have this potential in us, but due to the poisoning and the tainting of our genetics, as well as this vessel and our corruption spiritually that we've also involved ourselves in, has brought our lifespan obviously dramatically down from that.
Right. That's right. So guys, I want to go back around the room, and we got 60,000 likes. Unbelievable live, you guys. I don't necessarily have to go, but I think I probably should. So before we go, I still, man, I still want to play these tablets so much, and even a little bit of the beginning. Let's just go a little bit more. Let's just keep it going for a few more minutes, and we'll start next week Tuesday with Emerald Tablet 3. But let's get a little bit of Emerald Tablet 3, the Key of Wisdom, real quick.
I, Thoth the Atlantean, give of my wisdom, give of my knowledge, give of my power. Freely I give to the children of men. Give that they, too, might have wisdom to shine through the world from the veil of the night. Wisdom is power, and power is wisdom. One with each other, perfecting the whole. Be thou not proud, O man, in thy wisdom. Discourse with the ignorant as well as the wise. If one comes to thee full of knowledge, listen and heed, for wisdom is all. Keep thou not silent when evil is spoken, for truth, like the sunlight, shines above all. He who oversteppeth the law shall be punished, for only through law comes the freedom of men. Cause thou not fear, for fear is a bondage, a fetter that binds the darkness to men.
I like how he's now. This is from ancient times, and I like how, if it is from ancient, blah blah blah. If it is from ancient times, I like how he's talking about. It sounds like he's talking to us today, and how we use our tongues. And he's saying that discourse with the ignorant as well as the wise. If one comes to thee full of knowledge, listen and heed, for wisdom is all. Keep thou not silent when evil is spoken for truth, like the sunlight shines above all. So it says, keep thou not silent when evil is spoken for truth. Keep thou not silent when evil is spoken for truth, like the sunlight that shines above all. He who oversteppeth the law shall be punished, for only through law comes freedom of men. So that's pretty profound too, to think about that. Like he's talking about the natural law. And the only law is magic, is what he's like, that magic is the only law. And it says, cause thou not fear, for fear is a bondage. And I think that's the biggest thing that we could take from that, is when you cause fear because of your own fear, you're binding other people's with the spells of your words. That's why if someone comes in here right now and starts talking about North Korea and then politics and all this stuff, you start to feel bounded. All of a sudden, this person's fear has entered this room, and we haven't had any fear talk at all. It's all been knowledge. You can feel the vibration when someone comes in, and all of a sudden they start fear mongering. And so cause thou not fear, for fear is a bondage, a fetter that binds the darkness to men.
Follow thine heart during thy lifetime. Do thou more than is commanded of thee. When thou hast gained riches, follow thou thine heart. For all these are of no avail, if thine heart be weary.
So another great line, follow thine heart during thy lifetime. Do thou more than is commanded of thee. So that means the opportunities that you have to rake the leaves, to pick up some garbage, to open the door for somebody, it doesn't stop there. Do more than is commanded of you. If you set standards for yourself that you open the door for people every day, if you set standards for yourself that you pick up garbage when you see it, if you set standards for yourself that you do good things, then do more than what is commanded of you. Do more than what you command for yourself. Do more than that. Sit with a person that can use your time. Give your aunt a call who hasn't heard from you in a while, who could use your time. Maybe wash the dishes for your kids instead of having them do the chores that night. Do a little bit extra. Vacuum the rug. Do things that you wouldn't normally do, but do them with a will of giving. Do it with love in your heart, and follow thine heart during this lifetime. And then if you have gained riches, when you have gained riches, follow thine heart. For all that money is to no avail if your heart is weary. If you have fear and all that other stuff, all that is going to mean nothing. It means nothing. So diminish thou not the time of following thine heart. So here we go.
Diminish thou not the time of following thine heart. It is a hoard of the soul. They that are guided go not astray, but they that are lost cannot find a straight path. If thou go among men, make for thyself love, the beginning and end of the heart. If one cometh unto thee for counsel, let him speak freely, that the thing for which he hath come to thee may be done. If he hesitates to open his heart to thee, it is because thou, the judge, doeth wrong. Repeat thou not extravagant speech, neither
So think about that right there. And these are the keys to wisdom he's given us right here. If thou go among men, make for thyself love, the beginning and end of the heart. And so that's why I love the Emerald Tablets too, because he tells us to go out there and love people. He's not, and this is not like the Quran, or this is not like, what I'm saying is, it's very simple and right to the point. I like that he's saying Many times, love, go and love thy neighbor, love and do good in this world. Diminish thou not time of following thine heart. It is a board of the soul, a board to the soul. So anytime you're not giving time to following your heart, it's like an abomination to the soul. That they that are guided go not astray, but they who are lost cannot find a straight path. So they that are guided go not astray, right? So, if you're guided by your heart, you're never lost. But they that are lost cannot find a straight path. If thou go among men, make for thyself love the beginning and the end of the heart. If one cometh unto thee for counsel, let him speak freely, that the thing for which he hath come to he may be done. If he hesitates to open his heart to thee, it is because you, the judge, doeth the wrong. So to me, that makes me feel like if someone's like got an issue with you, let them talk to you. And if they can't resolve that issue within them and they hesitate and then they say, oh, forget it, and walk away, if you judge them, it's because you doeth the wrong. Repeat thou words of not extravagant speech. Neither listen for it. It is the utterance of one not in equilibrium. Speak thou not of it, so that he before he may know wisdom.
Listen thou to it, for it is the utterance of one not in equilibrium. Speak thou not of it, so that he before thee may know wisdom. Silence is of great profit. An abundance of speech profiteth nothing. Exalt not thine heart above the children of men, lest it be brought lower than the dust. If thou be great among men, be honored for knowledge and gentleness. If thou seekest to know the nature of a friend, ask not his companion, but pass a time alone with him.
He's also like right there, he's telling us not to gossip. He's saying if thou seekest to know the nature of a friend, ask not his companion, but dedicate a time alone with him and debate with him, testing his heart by his words and his bearing. That which goeth into the storehouse must come forth, and the things that are thine must be shared with a friend. So I'm going to stop it there and just go around the round table here and tell me what you guys think so far, the Emerald Tablets. And we'll start with Ravenous. We'll go to Hopi, Blue, Jennifer, Washi, Marie, and then Taps, and then we'll end it. So what's up, Ravenous? What are you feeling? If you'd like to share anything about the Emerald Tablets, anything that you feel. All right, Ravenous maybe not there. We're gonna go to Hopi Love. And we'll wait for him. Anybody there?
Here.
Yes.
All right.
I just wanted to say that these people on your panel tonight are just, wisdom is so freaking wonderful, and knowledge is, I just love learning, and Smart down there, Smart Taps, I freaking dig your knowledge. That's awesome. I love your brain, and I friended you, so I hope you have some videos I can learn some more. And yeah, that was just a really bitchin' live. I freaking dug it a lot. Thank you, and I love everybody. Thank you.
Right, that's right. We love you, Jennifer. Thank you. Blue?
I am absolutely amazed with how old the writing is to how much it relates to reality today. I mean, how, I can't even say how because, like, I know, but it's pretty, just wow. I mean, there's nothing new under the sun, right? But yet, when you read and hear these tablets, you're thinking like this is something written of today's world or the future of the near, of looking back. But yet, this is something from the past looking forward that we're reading from the past, like, except for it sounds pretty like near future. Crazy, hey?
Right. Isn't that crazy? It's right. It's
Well, I
so
saw that 100%. I saw that. It's crazy.
Ravenous, do you want to give a few quick words? We're all going around. We stopped at Blue. We're gonna go to Hopi Love if she's there, and then Walshy after you. Want to say anything that you've discovered or anything you want to share from tonight's live?
No, just remember that you're always a student, even though you're a master teacher. Just remain a student always.
That's right. That's right. Life will show us the way. All right. Thank you, Ravenous. Walshy, anything you'd like to share before we end this stream? It's almost 11:11 for the second day in a row.
I just really like how the path to spiritual enlightenment can relate to what we are going through now. And I just love the knowledge that he puts out there on how to find that path of enlightenment.
Yes, do that. See that, and excuse me, real quick. If there's anyone in the comments that want to come up and share, who's been here the whole time listening, you guys can come up and share. Anything you would like to share that you've learned from the Emerald Tablets from tonight. So yeah, thank you, Walshy. Thank you for chiming in, and yeah, that pathway to knowledge is a lot closer than we think, right?
Yeah, it really is. It's right at our fingertips if we just go get it.
Right. And these tablets are definitely feeling the light from them. Let's just say.
Yeah, quite beautiful.
Thank you for that sharing, Marie MC. Very good to see you here. Thank you. Would you like to share?
I'd love to share. Hearing everybody's input of how they understand it is amazing because it puts a different perspective on it, and it just opens or expands your understanding of it a lot more. So I really enjoyed this live tonight. Just hearing everybody's thoughts on everything. It's just great.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing and being a part of this moment, this movement. As always, thank you, Marie. And Mr. Smart Apps, welcome again and again and again. You're always welcome and welcome into the halls of a mentee. What would you like to share?
Well, I guess I'll go with the main focus on lesson here. As we closed in on it, love being the answer. We all say unconditional love is the key, but yet all too often we find ourselves engaged in things because if I do this, I know it'll help so-and-so, or maybe if I lend this hand, I know it'll assist so-and-so. So therefore it is conditional We're doing so because we think what we're going to do will help. Maybe taking our love to places where maybe it won't be reciprocated. Maybe it's not going to be received well. Does not mean you should not shine your heart there. Those are the places that need it the most. Yeah, because I think right now, especially as humans, we can all learn to love better, but be gentle on yourself. Give yourself a little bit of patience, like you would a young one learning a lesson, right? We're all in this together. So let's walk each other home.
That's right. Words well spoken. Well communicated. Blue. Welcome again, Blue. Blue, did you want to say anything else? Jennifer, I don't think she heard you. I don't think Jennifer heard you.
Damn it! So back from the other side again.
Where's it go now? What? No. Like I said, it's pretty amazing. Okay, I can't do it looking at myself. It's kind of like reading the tablets. It's like reading something from the near future, except for literally these tablets were written from the past. Except for we're reading it from today, from something that you could actually see as futuristic. And it breaks down into such like darkness and night, as if death and reincarnation happen and we forget, and my interpretation of that little moment. But there's so many more parts. But the light beings, I can tell you, there are some people that you just meet, and I mean, you might even have a kid that you have, and you realize that, you know, there's a light that's not present. I mean, you can literally know these people, and it's a little different. And then there's light beings, and those people radiate, and you can tell them, and you see them, and you want to be around them. In all different aspects. And I mean, it takes, like, the lungs don't do the same thing the heart does, even though they're right next to each other, right? The nose doesn't do the same thing that my eyes do, even though they're right here. My skin also that covers my entire body does not do the same thing my mind does. I mean, we're all one body, right? So anyway, moving on to the fact that the tablets are absolutely amazing, and I love sharing my time with y'all.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much, Blue. Thank you all for your awareness and being a group here and sharing these emerald tablets. As we decipher them together, you know, we become more and more aware of light. That's the only thing I could think of. But also more and more of the light within each other as we listen to each other, and we get a greater feel for each other. So I just want to say congratulations to you guys for lasting with me. Another round of applause for everyone. I didn't expect it to be that loud. Sorry, y'all. If you woke up any animals or anything. But I appreciate you guys. Until next Tuesday, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, we'll start from Emerald Tablet 3, the Key of Wisdom. And then now we have a little bit of a reference point to do more in this world, to be more of a light in this world, to be more light in our conversations about others in this world, because sometimes you've established a friendship with someone maybe at work where you guys are talking about someone else, and now when that moment comes up, you have an opportunity to pause and playfully switch that frequency to, what are you having for lunch? what are you eating for lunch today? Instead of talking about how Raquel always kissing the boss's butt or something, you know. So allow these energies to vibrate through you guys. Until next time, Ashe, everyone. Thank you very much. Until next Tuesday, I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night, y'all. Good night.
Thank you.
Night,
Good night,
Rob.
everyone.
Good night, Marie. Good night, Blue. Good night, Jennifer. Good night, Smart Apps. Good night,
Good night,
Walter.
everyone.
All right. Good night,
See you on the
brother.
other side.
Much
All
love,
right.
brothers and sisters.
Hi, everybody.
All right. Good night, everybody in the comments. Teku. Thank you guys for hanging out, and all of you guys in the comments. Thank you for contributing tonight to this Emerald Tablet Tuesday. Every Tuesday we'll be doing this. Next Tuesday, the 12th. Let's go. All right, guys. Much love and much light.